John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'd say this is the beginning of the marathon. Tonight, Sixers-Knicks. Tonight, round one NFL draft. Tomorrow, reaction Sixers-Knicks. Tomorrow, reaction to round one and a preview rounds 2 and 3. We get into it all today on Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I have to worry about a draft pick from 3 years from now when this team is currently in a mode where they could be competitors.
Hassan Reddick, the return is fairly even. I would have preferred to have him this year.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm born ready for this one.
We got a happy hour built in here, too. I mean, it's incredible.
Today's a marathon.
It is unbelievable.
Actually, it's been a marathon week if we think about it.
It has
been. Honestly, it's felt more like a sprint because I can't believe it's Thursday already. But there's been just so much going on between the Sixers-Knicks reaction on Monday when we had the first chance to react to the loss on Saturday. We preview Game 2. We react to Game 2. Yesterday was such a big NFL draft day, but also our reaction to the 2-minute report. And all of a sudden, I look at the calendar this morning. I go, oh, my God, it's Thursday.
It's ready to go.
It is ready to go. So I'm fired up tonight. I will get some things out of the way right away. I believe the Sixers win tonight. We will talk more about that, but I think they win tonight.
All right.
They also have to win tonight.
You're not going as far as I am, though.
No, not as far as you are. And we'll get to that because I am amazed with how comfortable you feel.
Very comfortable.
We also have the NFL draft tonight. So here's what I want to do today. Today's like, get on the record kind of day. Today's a day where I want you to tell John and Connor and I exactly what you want the Eagles to do tonight. All right, this is what I want. Now, I will say this. I'll make this clear. If you don't know every player by name, that's okay.
We got it.
If you want a cornerback, just tell us you want a cornerback, and then we'll discuss the cornerbacks that are available. Some that you might have to trade up for, some that you might be able to trade back for, some that you may be able to stay at 22. There's offensive linemen. There's now all of a sudden wide receivers in the mix. You tell us exactly what you want and exactly what you don't want during the NFL draft today. So let's start with that, boys. I don't really have a player in mind. I know yesterday Dylan McKinnon, who does a tremendous job behind the scenes here at the station, he asked us, hey, who do you want the Eagles to draft? And I said, if they trade up, I'm all about Kenyon Mitchell. I've now fallen in love. Based off of what we have researched over the last couple of days and based off of what Andrew DeCecco has told us when he's been in here, and he'll be in here today for the entire 8 o'clock hour, getting you set for the NFL draft. But, bottom line, instead of giving you player name, I want an impact corner, okay? That is exactly what I want tonight. I want an impact corner in the first round because I don't feel comfortable going into a year with James Bradberry. Jeff McClain has told us numerous times now he doesn't think Bradberry is even going to be on the team. Well, if that's the case, I don't feel comfortable with Rodgers on the outside or Vontae Maddox or Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I want an impact corner drafted or traded for at some point tonight via the Eagles.
I do not. I'm going to give you one that I do not.
Okay.
I do not want 2 players out of the first 2 nights of the draft. I want 3. So whatever maneuvering Howie has to do, I want 3 bodies.
Okay.
And I'm totally fine if the first one is on offense. I will sleep well tonight if they decide to go with one of the top offensive linemen in the draft. But what do I want? I fall in line with you, Chunas. I absolutely would love to see an impact player in the secondary. I don't believe it is going to be Cooper DeJean. I do not believe that's happening. I
saw a tweet last night from one of the NFL draft analysts that he's going to go even higher than people expect.
And I think that's an overdraft. I really do. I think it's an overdraft. I think it's I don't like players that don't have definitive positions.
Correct.
I want somebody that is. I don't want to hear that somebody, well, they could be this or they could be that. I want to hear the Eagles got the best corner in the draft.
Right.
If they got one or two of the if they got one of the best corners in the draft or one of the top 2 corners in the draft, it would make me feel really, really good about the direction.
And here's my other issue with DeJean. It's now all of a sudden I have him and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Right, where does it go?
Where does it go? Because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, originally a cornerback, then transferred to safety when he came here 2 years ago, and he did a tremendous job. I thought that's where he was going to live for the rest of his career. When the Eagles re-signed him, it was nickel/safety.
Well,
right?
how do you look at him? Do you look at him as
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
I look at him as a free?
I look at him as a safety that they could put anywhere.
Okay, so then you could see
I've seen
Cooper
him tackle up in the box.
but
I've
you
seen
could
him
see
play
Cooper
free safety.
DeJean then playing a strong safety,
Yeah, possibly.
right? So you could say he absolutely can hit like one.
Yes, he can. Yes,
But
he
I
can.
just don't know. I don't want a guy who is. I don't think he's a tween. What do they say? He's tweener.
Right.
I don't think he's one of those guys. I want somebody. Give me a guy who is a corner, and I want somebody
Same.
too physical.
Yes. Yeah, I want an impact corner.
I don't want a guy who is a string bean
Right.
at corner.
Which is the worry about Nate Wiggins,
Right.
who a lot of analysts have the Eagles selecting him.
A guy who at 2 of his seasons in college ended reportedly 172 and 174. I'm out. I am absolutely out. And the kid, and I know that the kid's background is he's a fine young man, fine teammate, everything like that. 172 and 174 at the
You're
end of
worried
2
about
of his
the
college
measurables.
season.
That's that's totally fair.
I don't know that they're going to be able to put. There's some people you cannot put weight on,
Right.
no matter what they try.
And I know Andrew Pacheco's talked a lot about Nate Wiggins, so we'll talk to Andrew again during the entire 8 o'clock hour about all these players that could be available for the Eagles, either at 22 or if they're in trade-up range.
Yes.
We talked about the 16th overall pick a lot this week. That's the Seattle Seahawks, who own it, and it just seems like they are destined to trade out of that pick because they want to try to acquire another second-round pick, and I know that's something that you don't want to do, so we'll talk about that as well. But we're going to go through every single prospect again that the Eagles could be in on. But I want you today on the phones and the text line at 610-0975 to tell us exactly what you want and exactly what you don't want. If you don't have a specific player's name, that's fine. Just tell us the position that you want and the position that you don't want. But if you have a specific player in mind, tell us about it. Now, I will say this. I'll give you one that I don't want.
Who's that?
So you mentioned you'd be okay if they drafted offensive line tonight.
I would absolutely. I absolutely would sleep well tonight.
I would too, unless you're drafting a tackle only. If you're going to draft an offensive lineman that's going to be the future replacement of Lane Johnson, which I love that the Eagles have had the wherewithal to do this a couple of times with Jason Kelsey.
Okay.
And you were able to have Isaac Seumalo play legit years at right guard.
And he did play legit years.
Landon Dickerson, incredible at left guard. They were both supposed to be replacements of Jason Kelsey. Now you have Cam Jurgens. But I don't want another situation where Cam Jurgens gets drafted in the second round, which is a high pick, and not play his entire rookie season. I don't want the Eagles to draft a potential replacement of Lane Johnson that won't play. Right guard is still a position of need for this team because right now the competition's between Tyler Steen, who they didn't even feel comfortable drafting in the final week of the regular season, and Matt Hennessy, who was once a center, Temple Mays, Temple Proud. And
he is a backup. He is a
Right.
backup emergency type of player.
That's your competition right now. Emergency type player and a guy that they didn't trust to dress during the final week of the regular season when they knew they were going to pull their aging starters on the offensive line.
Okay, now for this conversation, a little bit of that sounds a little like you feel that, first of all, Lane Johnson, and it came from our Jeff McClain conversation. I was amazed when Jeff said, yeah, maybe he has 2 great years left in him. And then he has one really good,
Right.
Jeff McClain sort of led us to believe yesterday that potentially Lane Johnson wants to play 3-4 more years.
It could. As long,
So-
look, if his ankle doesn't turn to mush,
So that would take you away from that strategy plan. I personally still want to have that plan.
No, but I would-
because he's the guy we always talk about. If Lane Johnson goes down, it's the one player that Eagles fans say we're
Right.
screwed. So I want a backup plan there, and I'm perfectly fine with it coming in the first round tonight. If it's
and I'm
necessary.
okay, but I'm saying J.C. Latham,
Right, exactly.
who a lot of people are pointing out is a guy the Eagles could trade up for. He can also play right
He
guard.
absolutely can slide.
There are
Yes.
some guys, and I'll go through them again. I have Jeff McClain's write-up
What do
on
you
all
think
these
of Guyton?
players. Guyton is a guy that I've talked about.
But is Guyton a guy you believe truly can slide? Because he's very big. He's a big guy
Yes.
to be playing guard.
And I think there's a nice marriage with Lane Johnson there. I know that they've worked out together. I know
Okay.
that Lane Johnson has kind of handpicked him kind of like what Jason Kelsey did with Cam
So
Jurgens.
you don't worry about him being physically not looking
No, I just
like
need
the
him to be
position.
able to play. Cam
Okay.
Jurgens didn't look physically able to play
You're right.
right guard, and he was
You're right,
okay
you're right.
last year, right?
You're right.
And I think they got him on the field because they kind of need him to. If Isaac Seumalo had one more year left on his deal, Cam Jurgens wasn't playing last year.
No, he wouldn't have
He
been.
wouldn't have played last year. They played him because Isaac Seumalo left, and they realized they used a second-round draft pick on this kid, and they didn't want to go a second year of him not playing. If you draft an offensive lineman tonight, it better be somebody that can play at right guard come week one. I don't want an offensive lineman who's just going to sit for another year again.
Do you fall into my camp, though, that I need 3 players in the first 2 rounds?
No, and we'll talk about that.
Interesting.
We will talk about
Interesting. Because it's weird as how each person, I think there's a baseline of belief within the fan base. There's some in the fan base that are very much of the belief that, clock is ticking.
Mhm.
This team's got to roll. I couldn't look at it more opposite. I think this team has a window
that. Yeah.
that I don't want them to act like this draft is the end-all, be-all, got to push all the chips to the center of the table.
I saw an interesting tweet this morning from this guy, Jason. He works at overthecap.com.
Okay.
So, we do the
I like the
spot
over-the-cap
track,
people.
Over the
They're
Cap.
pretty good. They're-
So he's the NFL salary cap and contract expert for
All right.
overthecap.com. And he put out a tweet last night saying, I think one of the worst considerations for the draft is basing anything on need. Use free agency to fill immediate needs. The draft is for 4+ years. With the exception of a good quarterback and offensive tackle in their 20s, every position will likely be a position of need in the next 2 to 3 years. So don't draft the Eagles desperately need a cornerback. Maybe different in this situation because the Eagles do have 2 aging cornerbacks, but the idea of they need this position, let's draft a player for that position, whereas you could go out in free agency and get a guy that's been playing for a numerous amount of years. And Brandon Lee Gowton, who does a tremendous job
He does.
covering the Eagles, he does the Bleeding Green Nation, he put out a follow-up to that late last night saying exactly how the Eagles will approach this year's draft, long-term focus. So that could be to that offensive lineman idea.
And I'm absolutely of the belief that I love it when the draft has a long-term focus approach.
And that might say that they're not drafting cornerback, if we're being honest.
Now, the thing is, I liked how they addressed, even though I wanted a different player, I wanted a certain safety 2 years ago, and they went with Jordan Davis.
Yeah, I agree.
I still like the fact, though, that they used a first-round pick and went and got A.J. Brown. That, to
Right.
me, was fine because it was a long-term focus of you signed him immediately to 4 extra years
Absolutely.
over the year. So I liked that deal very much. I still think that was a draft night trade with a long-term
With a
focus.
long-term focus. Yep, absolutely. Connor Thomas,
What's up,
what is
Connor?
it that you exactly want to see tonight and something that you exactly don't want to see
Other than a
tonight?
cold beer at 5.
I would love a cold beer, but I would
Wait
love
until
even
5?
more a cold glass of Kool-Aid. You guys know where I want to go.
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
Kool-Aided up for the past month. Now, how realistic it is with all that stuff you just laid out about corner and looking towards the future, I don't know. Honestly, I'm pretty forgiving by nature, but if they get a versatile offensive lineman, I'm good. If they get a corner, I'm good. If they get an edge rusher that they're going to sell to us as the Hassan Reddick replacement.
Right.
I'm good. I kind of feel like they have a couple of places, 3 places really, those 3 positions that they can go. As long as I trust the prospect, I trust the move.
Okay. Now, what is it
Did you just say
exactly?
trust the prospect?
No, as a prospect.
Oh, okay, good. Trust the
Not
prospect.
process,
Okay, thank you very
prospect.
much.
It's another TTP. What exactly do you not want to see tonight?
You can't go wide receiver.
Thank you.
Please don't go wide receiver.
There was a report, and the reason
Yeah.
why Connor's even saying this, Dan Graziano from ESPN, who does a tremendous job, said this yesterday. People I've talked to believe the Eagles want to try to move up for a receiver.
The only thing is, though, the receiver that I think they would want to move up for is Brock Bowers, who is a tight end. I don't believe the Eagles are trading up if they are trying to trade up on offense. I don't think they're trying to trade up for a receiver, even though Brock Bowers is a freaking unbelievable receiver. He's a tight end, and we've talked about it. You bring up the number all the time. Dallas Goedert's older than Zach Ertz was when they drafted Dallas Goedert.
Correct.
They need that position. I would tell you immediately, Brock Bowers steps in, and he is a bigger impact player than Dallas Goedert. Period. End of story. I don't believe the Jets are going to let Brock Bowers get by him.
Okay.
I think Aaron Rodgers is going to beg for Brock Bowers.
So when you hear receiver, you don't think right away wide receiver. You
No,
think
I think
it could also be tight end.
I think they're looking at the tight end of the future, and Brock Bowers to me will end up being a 4 or 5 time Pro Bowler minimum.
Okay.
I think he's that kind of player.
Well, if they go strictly WR, right, wide receiver, look, I don't think that's a good strategy.
No, I don't think they would. I
would hope
don't.
not.
I think it's a receiver, and Brock Bowers is a receiver.
Correct.
But the man can block too.
Yeah, he can.
He's unbelievable.
Now,
It just go ahead.
if they move up and they get a Xavier Worthy, fastest combine 40 ever, Quez Watkins has really turned this fan base off as a third wide receiver and just go super power offense, because that's been Howie's strategy in free
you know
agency.
why I can find a super fast receiver like Quez Watkins. They found him in the 6th round.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Remember, it was Hightower in the 5th round and Quez Watkins in the 6th round, the same draft. And I know Quez Watkins has soured and he's became terrible. He did have a year or two where you go, for a 6th round pick, I would take that.
Right.
You can probably find a speed wide receiver later in the draft, and I expect them to draft some sort of speed wide receiver later in the draft, and you just see what you get at.
I'm not advocating. I'm just asking.
No, it better not happen. I'll say this.
Now, wide receivers, though, they did go. Gosh, who did they get from Miami?
Devontae Parker.
Devontae Parker. I believe they've already. That's the Quez.
Maybe. I mean, they're not.
Or
even
is
paying,
that the-
they're not?
I
They're
don't
not.
know that he
They're not
makes the
paying
team.
him. I think
but
it was New England. New England.
Oh, for New England.
Basically paid his contract, so he might
He might not make it.
It's kind of like who's
David
the,
Justice from Moneyball.
I do not think that
kind of
is
like Rashad Penny. He might not even dress.
I don't think that's a position that they are pushing for. Well,
No, not in the first
thing is,
round.
though, give me the wide receiver depth chart right now, other than the first 2.
There is none really.
So I mean, they're going to address it.
Yeah, that's why I said later you can find a speed wide receiver, maybe not the fastest wide receiver in the draft, but you can finally find a speed threat in the 4th or 5th round in the NFL draft, even later in the NFL draft. Wide receivers in college football are getting better and better and better because
They are
it's such
plentiful.
It's such a pass-happy league nowadays that you can find wide receivers even in smaller name schools, right? It doesn't just have to be Alabama and Georgia players.
No, right, exactly.
So what is it exactly that you want the Eagles to do in the draft tonight, and what is it exactly that you don't want the Eagles to do tonight? If they draft offensive linemen, I'm cool, but it better be a lineman that can play right guard week 1 for the Eagles this year. I don't want to draft another substitute. They've done that a couple of times in recent years. You can climb in on the text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. Not only is tonight the NFL draft, oh boy, tonight is game 3. Sixers tied 1-1. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They got screwed, so they're down 2-0 in the series.
See that when I'm doing for the YouTube audience, it works. Complete calm. Complete calm is over me for this game.
I don't have that feeling. I think the Sixers win tonight, but I'm not going complete calm.
I am completely calm, and I think the officials are going to totally screw over the Knicks tonight.
That could be a possibility.
I think they are going to be on such high alert to benefit. They're going to be on such high alert to make it look like they aren't biased against the Sixers.
Right.
It's human nature. I think the Sixers will get every freaking call tonight. And I'd hate it if I was the Knicks. I'd hate that.
And it is coming, though. You're right.
You know that the adjustment's going to be, look, Sixers get all the calls tonight.
Right.
Because they're in the back of their head, they're going to hope.
Tom Thibodeau, I think, is trying to squash that early. He said in his press conference yesterday he doesn't care about the 2-minute report. He cares about the 46-minute report.
Well, they were losing the 46-minute report.
Right. But he also said, I knew that they weren't going to call a foul there because I saw the way they've been guarding Brunson all series.
Oh, get
so
outta
I think
here.
he's trying to alert the officials that Jalen Brunson's having a hard time with lack of calls, too. I mean,
Seriously.
that's what he's trying. Look, as the head coach, you have to.
I think the comb over is really hurting him. I think it's causing stress on his
Dude,
brain.
just shave the head. It's
Does
not,
he have a comb over?
it's
I
not-
thought it was just like
dude,
3 strands.
No, it's like a
not a good
swirl.
look.
It's like a swirl around thing.
Mr. Copperpot does not. He's got
Really, it's
to
not
get rid of
good.
that hair, man.
He
It's,
needs-
it's horrible,
he
dude.
needs something.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean,
With all due respect.
he's trying to. I don't have the due respect thing. That's terrible. I have no respect for
Copperpot, with all due respect.
no respect
I
with that
mean,
hairdo.
Come on. He
Is
looks like the Penguin, man.
it really?
All right. I have a
good.
question about the Sixers, and we'll dive into this more coming up next. But I have a question that I want you guys to think about. John, yesterday you said something during the show. You said that you will find out a lot about this Sixers team tonight.
Yes.
And it's not talent. It's heart.
Yeah, like
it's mentality.
Yes.
It's a lot of things.
A lot of it.
Let me ask you, and you can dive into it coming up next, so you don't have to answer it right now, but just think about it during the break, and I want the audience to chime in on the text line so that we can get to it pretty quickly. Do you believe they have it? Not talent. We know that the Sixers are the more talented team. Do they have it? It is that heart. You know what the people call in and say, oh, they don't have heart. They're soft.
Well, yeah,
they're
he's on the Knicks.
They're mentally weak, all that kind of stuff, right? Do the Sixers have it? You think you'll find out tonight. You also think it's going to be a comfortable game. So
I do, but
guessing your answer's yes, but
hold off on that one,
we'll
buddy.
discuss it. Do the Sixers have it? Bottom line, do they have that heart, that effort, everything that you look for in a team? Find out tonight. But I'll get your answers next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. More draft talk all day today as well. Also, the players that could target, we'll go through some of the names so that we can educate you guys one more time. A refresher course going to the draft tonight. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Is Brad?
Sixers Knicks game 3 day. So a busy day for us today. Also, we have a happy hour tonight. So if you're in the Wynwood area, or if you just want to, make a drive to hang out with two cool guys, it's John and Connor. I'll be there. I'm just not calling myself
No,
cool.
you're gonna have fun.
PJ Willihan's in Wynwood will be there from 5 to 7, and then we'll skedaddle, and I'll bunker up. You do the Kincade.
The Kincade.
I'll be locked in on the couch, not doing bedtime, not doing bath time.
So you're Salciunas.
Yes, I'm Salciunas.
Now,
yeah.
does do the lights tonight? It's a Sixers night, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
So
dude.
the lights go. Do I go blue-red? Do I go just blue? Do I go red? What will they be wearing?
See what the jerseys are.
I wanna see how they're
You
wearing
gotta see what the
tonight.
jerseys are.
So no Eagles tonight down in the Kincade, you're saying?
Well, because
No Eagles
the
color.
Eagles won't pick until after the Sixers game, probably.
After the Sixers
unless
win.
they trade up, which is an absolute possibility. So today, what we want from you at 610-632-0975, phone line or text line. What is it that you want the Eagles to do tonight? And if you don't have a player specifically, tell us the position that you want the Eagles to draft tonight. And what is it that you don't want? I do not want a wide receiver in the first round. I think that's crazy that Dan Graziano is even reporting it, that somebody's even saying that. I do not want an offensive lineman that can't play right guard. I'm cool with drafting the eventual replacement of Lane Johnson, but he better play at right guard. To what you said in the first segment, John, Jeff McClain told us, well, he probably has 2 more very good years left, and then maybe another good year left after that.
And he said, who knows? And that tells me, first of all, Jeff's so connected with that locker room. He knows maybe what people are thinking.
So I don't want a eventual right tackle to be drafted in the first round and then not play for 3 years.
I get you.
I don't want that. I want somebody that's going to be able to play right guard and eventually move over to right tackle. I think that is an important draft strategy. So we'll see what the Eagles end up doing tonight. Now, the Sixers question that I want to discuss with you guys, and I don't know the answer. I really don't. I asked you guys going into the break to think about this, and the audience as well. The Sixers are down 2-0 today.
Yes.
Going into game 3. And you said yesterday during the show, and I wrote it down because I was like, all right, I'm going to get into this with him tomorrow. You said we will find out a lot tonight about the Sixers team. What they have in them.
It's going to be like a DNA test.
Not just talent. We know that Joel Embiid is the best player, between both teams. We know that Tyrese Maxey is in the top 3, depending on whether or not you have Brunson ahead of him or Maxey ahead of Brunson, right? This team, the Sixers team, is very, very talented. But the question is whether or not they have it. They're down 2-0. They can come out tonight and make it 2-1, and we feel great, or they can go into their shells. And then they go down 3-0. We know all about Joel Embiid and his body language, right? That's something that we've complained about for like 7 years now. Do they have it? And I think you believe they win tonight, but I don't think you believe that they have the it factor.
I think you figured it out. Yes, I'll take you behind the curtain. I believe that tonight, I think both questions are different, but what we're going to see tonight is, do they have the fight in them to punch back? I believe they're going to punch back in a big way. And it is going to be a fun night down at the Wells Fargo Center. Hopefully, everybody has a great time down there. And you're going to hear it here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I don't believe we're going to learn too much about the Sixers as far as this whole series. But how they respond tonight. They come out tonight and show me that this is a kick-ass effort.
Right.
And I'm talking a 4-quarter. Now, there are always going to be runs by the opposing team, so I don't care about that. That's going to happen. But you said to me the Sixers are supremely talented.
Yes.
I disagree. I think Embiid and Maxey are supremely talented. I have seen nothing from this roster otherwise to show me that anybody would say, I believe that Kyle Lowry in his career has shown me he's supremely talented. I believe Kyle Lowry is not on last legs because he's been better than I expected. But I don't believe this roster is what we thought it was and what I trumpeted it to be through the play-in game and the first 2 games that I've seen. They need to show me, the other guys have to show me what they are. And Kelly Oubre, to me, has been a shell of what we saw in the regular season. I don't believe that we have seen a damn thing out of Buddy Hield.
No, we haven't.
And so, to me, the Sixers as a team need to show me who they are.
Say his name.
I have no doubt.
Say his name.
I'm not going to, and you know why?
Say
No.
his name, please.
Because we already know the answer to the question.
That might be fair.
See, I don't beat myself over the head when someone, the great Maya Angelou, gave you the biggest blueprint in life that everybody should have. When someone shows you their true colors, believe them. We already know what Tobias Harris
Screw
is.
you.
2 years past, wishing and hoping and thinking that Tobias Harris is going to be something that he isn't. I don't have that expectation on him, so that's why my level of frustration isn't the same as yours. I gave up on that train long ago. That train left 30th Street, and right now it's way beyond Penn Station in New York.
It's just freaking depressing. You're saying I need more out of Kelly Oubre.
Yes.
And
because
Buddy Hield,
I haven't given up on
which is
that.
correct. Like, you do need more out of it. Like, Buddy Hield needs to attempt a shot.
Buddy Hield needs to give you 75% of what you thought he was going to be.
Right.
It would be much better than the effort that we've seen. And I say effort. The effort that we've seen.
But here's the thing. It's depressing that you're saying I need more out of those two guys,
Yeah,
but you're
because
not going to expect more out of Tobias Harris,
because
which
I
is a
give up.
depressing thought.
No, because I give up on, if I see, I don't need to see it to like, are you actually believing in any way, shape, or form that we could have a 2-week window where Tobias Harris looks like a legit 3 in the NFL and the NBA?
I see it during the regular season. It's just during the playoffs when he becomes Tobias the friendly ghost.
So you know that already. I am never expecting that to happen.
Oh, neither am I
hope
really.
I tell you this, there'd be nothing happier for me as a Sixers fan than if Tobias said, really, shove it where the sun don't shine, because look what I put together. 3 out of 4 games the rest of this series.
That'd be great.
He goes, he balls out, and he makes me look dumb. I gave up on thinking it a long time ago.
Connor Thomas, do the Sixers have it?
They have guys that have it. I don't know if them as a full team has it. Like, I agree with what John's saying there. Like, I believe Maxey and Embiid have it. But
Some would say that Embiid doesn't.
Oh, I think he does.
And some would be wrong.
Yes, I agree with you.
But
He doesn't have health.
do
And
they? No, not this year. Do they have enough of a contingency
Every
of
year.
guys in the Oubre, Hield, Tobias that also have it? It might still
I
be
think
too early
Oubre
to tell.
does. I think he's been so focused on guarding Brunson. This is the Tobias Harris thing from the,
Yeah.
it's hard to play defense on Jason Tatum and also score. The problem is that, Oubre still has to attempt shots.
Tell you what, if Melton plays tonight, that's big for the Sixers.
The only thing is, and it is big, and as I said to you guys before the series started, my biggest concern was perimeter defense. D'Anthony Melton does provide that. My issue is, how much am I going to expect out of him?
No, he's going to be like, you can't run him out there the first game and just say, give me 40 minutes against Brunson.
No, I'm saying,
but what if
he's
he can
coming
give
off
you
the
15?
bench.
What if he
But
can
can
give you
put-
12
can he
12
give you
to 15?
Right,
Can he give you 12?
Because he did play in the Heat game, right? And he played about that many minutes, and then he couldn't play in the first 2 games of this series. I can't get excited for D'Anthony Melton. I can't.
No.
Because he might play a decent 10 minutes tonight and then not be good. He can't play again until next season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'll tell you one guy I know does not have it, and it's Tobias. But, John, what I'll say to you is the best horse to beat is a dead one. They can't kick you. I don't know. I get what you're saying. You're absolutely right. It's hard to let it go, but tonight I'm not looking for number 12 to give you anything that
Now
helps
you're
you
looking
win
for
the basketball
Embiid
game.
and Maxey to step up, and then hopefully somebody else is that third option. And so far, it's been Kyle Lowry, which is criminal. That Tobias Harris is doing absolutely nothing.
And again, we have to tell ourselves, we absolutely, and every host at this station, every fan that calls this station, the entire fan base, we absolutely oversold this roster. Through 3 games, the play-in game and the first 2, we absolutely oversold this roster. Now, I hope they come back to prove me wrong. It was overhyped as to how this is the
But here's the problem, John. To me, again, the context is always on paper, right? Buddy Hield not having the it factor in the playoffs, I did not expect that.
I didn't either.
Right?
I didn't either.
So if Buddy Hield's the same Buddy Hield that we've seen through his 8-year career at this point. It's a deep roster.
But
You have a scoring threat and a 3-point shooter coming off the bench.
But we just assumed. We assumed
Well,
that
yeah.
we knew. We assumed what we knew he was going to
I'm
be.
not in his head. I'm
No,
not
I
in
got
his
you.
heart. You know
but
what I mean?
the thing is, we assumed wrong, and it's okay. I mean, it's okay to we assumed wrong.
But I would say,
now that can
talent-wise,
that change?
I still like this talent, right? But Buddy Hield not wanting to shoot.
No,
is-
I
is-
wanna-
It's
I-
not something like I can't fault myself for expecting Buddy Hield to shoot in the playoffs.
See, I can fault myself for just assuming he was going to be an impact player.
I don't think you should. Like,
Really?
Shouldn't.
He's never played in the playoffs before, so we did not have a baseline for that. Everything we had in the regular season was this is a guy that shoots a lot of threes and scores at a solid clip. and
40%.
Like, we were wrong. Right now, the jury is not out, but where we're at is we were wrong. It doesn't mean that we were wrong to assume this before. I think we had proper thinking.
And by the way, last night we saw it again.
You
Where
wanna
the
t-
Miami
so
Heat.
That's
The
what
Miami Heat.
That's what also led into this conversation. So it's you saying we'll find out a lot tonight about the Sixers. It's also what I watched last night. The Miami Heat, I don't think anyone picked them to win a game this series.
So imagine the Sixers without Embiid.
right. Oh, they're getting
The Sixers without Embiid lose by 45 to Boston.
They're getting whitewashed.
And
It's
the
not even
Miami
close.
and the Miami Heat go to Boston and
Go
win by
to
double digits.
Boston.
And win by double digits.
It's unbelievable, and that could also just be a cultural thing, right? Like I know the term culture is thrown out there willy nilly all the time.
Not with the Heat.
like the
you're
term
right.
GOAT, right? We had that conversation. It's thrown out willy nilly nowadays. The Heat culture is a real thing.
We don't have it.
They might lose the next 4 games. They might lose
They
in
might.
5. But the fact that they were able to go into Boston and steal one, you go, that's the Miami Heat right there.
My guess is they can find a way to win at least one more.
I would think so. And you
One
know what?
more.
That would be great because if the Sixers can get out of this round and can beat the Bucks or Pacers, more games the Celtics have to play. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue the Sixers conversation, and also the NFL draft is tonight. What exactly do you want the Eagles to do today? What exactly do you want them to not do today? You can text in or call in 610-632-0975. We'll start getting your reactions next. Also, the refresher course on the names. Because I'm sure a lot of you go, I want a specific position. Well, I have the names. I have these mock drafts still in front of me. The 31 mock drafts that we went through on Tuesday. We'll do a refresher course coming your way next. The players that are mentioned most that the Eagles could target in the first round. Don't forget, Andrew DeCecco will join us during the entire 8 o'clock hour today to help us with all of our NFL draft questions. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Thursday morning, draft day, and Sixers-Knicks Game 3, 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's another big weekend.
Salciunas. Happy Thursday morning. We'll get to some of your texts and your calls coming up in a minute, but I want to do a quick refresher course. It's only going to take a couple minutes. Refresher course of the players that we could see the Eagles target tonight. So we have 31 mock drafts. Now, I'm sure there's a new mock draft that's being dropped here and there from a lot of people that cover the NFL. Like I know, so on this list that we have, again, we did this on Tuesday. Think about how much time has changed from Tuesday to Thursday. Daniel Jeremiah on here has the Eagles taking Nate Wiggins, the cornerback out of Clemson, which is the name that was mentioned the most.
Whose is that, by the way?
That was Daniel Jeremiah's.
Yeah, he really is sharp, too.
But Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft that came out this morning or last night, he has the Eagles trading up to 12 to draft Fuaga, the offensive lineman. So, you know, these things are going to change nonstop, right? We're going to get our last mock drafts tonight from a lot of people.
Word in from Denver that Schlereth doesn't believe there is any smoke to trading Patrick Surtain.
Okay.
So he does not believe there's any smoke coming from the building that's saying they're actively looking at that or this. The 12th pick absolutely seems like, though, that could be in play.
A trade,
but not
trade
but
spot.
for any one of a number of people.
Right. So
they're willing to listen to anything on that, but anything about trading their most talented player does not believe there's any smoke.
Okay.
For that.
Yeah, and I'm not even
A lot of
thinking
people
about
are.
it. Yeah.
A lot of people are thinking that along those lines.
Well, some people are just making up false trades. Fuaga is the offensive tackle from Oregon State, and Daniel Jeremiah says that he could play right guard right away. So if they do that, I still worry about whatever that would cost, 22 to 12 for a lineman.
It's too much. No, that would probably cost you one of your seconds, one of your fifths.
Right.
So you're giving up a second and a fifth and trading spots. To move 10 spots? Yeah.
Well, and then that guy better start.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're trading up to 12,
yes.
that guy better start at right guard. Okay,
Yes.
You can't tell me he's going to sit on the bench for a year or two if you trade up 10 spots for a guy. But Nate Wiggins was mentioned here a boatload of times, cornerback out of Clemson. Some people say they need to trade up for him. Some people say that they could probably stay at 22. I know Jeff McClain said that they could probably stay at 22 for Nate Wiggins. I know you've been watching him basically his entire high school and college career.
I got to see Dallas Goedert. Got to see, not Dallas Goedert. Got to see Brandon Marsh be Dallas Goedert in high school.
Yeah.
Got to see some other great ones there. What I would tell you is with Wiggins, he's just skinny. The athleticism is there. I just don't believe the physical. I worry about holding up physically.
Cooper DeJean, a player that's mentioned a lot for the Eagles, but I saw a tweet last night that he could even go earlier than what people expect. So if he's going to start climbing up, I'm not trading up for Cooper DeJean.
I'm not either.
Is that fair? I'm not trading up to 15.
What do you mean? You named your kid after him.
Yeah, you're right. I did. I saw his football and basketball highlights, by the way. I just watched highlights of him from high school basketball.
Oh, he's a hooper?
Dude, he was skying over people.
Really?
Better than Tobias Harris?
Yes. I would take him on
Would
the
you rather
Sixers
have
in a
him play
heartbeat.
tonight other than Tobias?
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat. Another player mentioned a lot, Amarius Mims, offensive tackle out of Georgia. The only problem with him, people don't think he could play right guard.
I will tell you this is one of the Georgia broadcasters talking to. He cannot.
And I don't want that.
That would be nothing but a project exec quote.
Right. And I do not.
Nothing but a
I can't
project.
do that. I can't do that. I
No,
need my right.
no.
If I'm drafting to replace Delane Johnson, he better be able to play right guard day one. Kool-Aid McKinstry mentioned a lot. I know that fires up Connor. J.C. Latham, who's been mentioned. Andrew DeCecco will be having in for the entire 8 o'clock hour. He actually has the Eagles taking him in his latest mock draft, so we'll find out what his thoughts are today when he comes in. But, yeah, there's some of the players that have been mentioned a lot with the Eagles. It's going to continually change. There's now wide receiver talk. There's now trading up for a corner as opposed to an offensive lineman. So we'll see what ends up happening with the Eagles. It all comes your way tonight. We'll get to a couple of texts, but first let's go to the phone. Let's go to Tony in West Philly. Tony, 5 the Fanatic.
Good morning, Jess. How are you?
Good morning, Tone.
Oh, man, I live for two things, for God and the NFL draft.
I love it.
And let me tell you something, man, and I know we could agree to disagree, but last year when the Eagles was in the playoffs and A.J. Brown got hurt, the offense went stagnant. And for me, and that's what I love about the mock draft, because you see so many varying opinions. And I believe with all my heart, if you got an opportunity to get a Donnie Mitchell from Texas, you go get that receiver first. You get that other piece. When you go to a 3-receiver set, like A.J. Brown, Devontae in the slot, and Adani on the outside, it's going to be nightmares for defense. For them to move up in the draft is ludicrous. Fangio does not like the blitz, so you need cover corners, cover linebackers. And nobody's talking about Jabbar Muhammad out of Washington. Look at the highlights on him. He's the best cover cornerback in this draft. You said Wiggins is not physical enough. This boy, Jabbar Muhammad, is a Darryl Green in coverage, but more physical. He's the best. Eagles, you got 9 picks. You don't have to do anything. The players are going to slide to you. I get 2 pieces for Hurts, solidify the defense, and then third round you come back and you get Kalen Bullock. From
Tony, listen, I've been talking to you for years, man. I love how locked in you are.
Tony, you have such energy for
dude,
this.
He's always been like this. He has his 7-round mock draft. Tony, we appreciate the call, brother.
That is good. I love that.
I can't agree with him with the wide receiver thing. And look, the offense going stagnant was not just because of A.J. Brown's injury. The offense went stagnant because the entire team fell apart. The team fell apart before he got hurt. The offense was stagnant before he got hurt. And I don't think all of a sudden getting a third wide receiver, now you have 3 wide receivers, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley. I understand, people go offense, try to stop us. We were saying that about the team last year, and they did stop them. Like, the Eagles' offense was stopped. And you know what didn't do any stopping? The Eagles' defense. The only offensive player I am cool with them drafting is an offensive lineman. They better not draft a wide receiver in the first round.
They won't do that.
It would be crazy, dude.
They won't do it. They won't do it. But I just look. But if it was Brock Bowers, I'm telling you, no one would love Brock Bowers more than our own Connor Thomas.
Yeah,
Connor Thomas would have the biggest boy crush on you. Would
glad he said boy crush.
You would love Brock Bowers. You would absolutely be his. He would be your. The Connor is Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers, me, baby.
Brock Bowers walks around. He walks around the Georgia facility. Reportedly, he is Connor. He walks around the facility at University of Georgia
and thinks he can do everything at a top level.
Shooting like he has to shoot paper into the thing.
Fake golf swing.
Fake golf swings.
I have heard the comparisons before.
He is all over. The kid is a competitor, and he's feisty as hell. I would love nothing more than Brock.
Well, I just saw a mock draft to hit with him going at 10. So
where's he going? To the Jets?
To the Jets.
I think Aaron Rodgers is begging for Brock Bowers, and he'll make him a star in 6-7 weeks.
All right, I want to get some text coming up next as well. What exactly do you want the Eagles to do tonight? What exactly do you not want them to do tonight? And when it comes to the Sixers, do they have it? And by it, I mean, look, we know that they have the talent, but we see mopiness sometimes. Is the moment going to be too big? Like, is the moment too big for Buddy Hield? You guys know what it factor is. Do the Sixers have it? Let's discuss that as well. 610-632-0975. Peter Schrager's mock draft just dropped his final one. Who do the Eagles select?
Like Schrager.
At 16. I'll tell you who next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Also, why I'm cool with them trading one of their second-round picks.
Shut up.
97.5 The Fanatic. I guess we could say happy Sixers-Knicks game 3 day, or is it
it'll be happy tonight.
You say it's going to be a comfortable win.
It's going to be a comfortable win tonight.
I would love to be in your headspace, man.
I am.
I think I need extracurricular activities to be in your headspace, but I'm not there with this team right now.
Well, wait a minute. We're going to be in Wynwood tonight. You know, that used to sort of be my old neighborhood.
Dude, I'm already locked up at the house.
Okay, because you could have. I mean, there's plenty of spots right in the area.
Yeah, but I can't do that during the game. I can't do. I need to focus, man.
You got to focus.
I need to focus. So we're reacting to the NFL draft, which is tonight, or getting set for the NFL draft, I should say. And we're talking about what the Eagles must do or must not do in your eyes. You can climb in on the phone line or text line 610-632-0975. Just to kind of remind you guys what we said in the beginning of the show. I want to see the Eagles take a cornerback today, and a true cornerback, right? Like, I know there's been talk about Cooper DeJean. We don't even know what position he's going to play. I want a true impact corner tonight. I want them to trade up for one. I want that to get done with. I want to have a corner on the opposite side of Darius Slay so that he can be ushered in, and then eventually you have another true corner on the other side of a Quinyon Mitchell or a Terrion Arnold at some point during this draft, as the years go on. But I want an impact corner. I know John wants an impact corner. You have said that you will go to sleep soundly if they draft an offensive lineman.
I will absolutely.
I agree with you unless that guy can't play right guard.
And that's a really good disclaimer to put on it. And that's a very good disclaimer that should be on that.
That's my I can't see tonight.
And the one thing I cannot have is trading a second round. I need 3 players.
Okay.
And I got to have it. And I understand you, on the other hand, are more reckless.
It's a beautiful thing because I'm sure there's somebody. Oh, here we go. Here's the they made up a topic so that they can disagree with. No, this is just John and I see things totally different in life. If you have a guy that you covet, that you go, this is the guy to play at a specific position, we will win games because of this player. I don't care if you have to trade one of the two second round picks. I understand that there's a cap. I'm not trying to trade both your 2s, a 3,
I got you.
a 4.
I got you.
But if you have to climb up from 22 to 16, or in this mock draft that Daniel Jeremiah had, 22 to 12,
how about
you target a guy, you give up one of the second round picks if that's what it costs.
So we're just going to keep it simple. You're saying you would give up one of the 2, 50 or 53, in order to move up to 12. Let's just say you'd be willing to do that. I don't believe there is a player who you're going to say, we get here. Is there a player do you believe that if you add one position, you don't even have to give me the player.
Right.
One position that you're going to say today, well, the Eagles go from being a Super Bowl contender to being a Super Bowl favorite.
No, I can't do that with a draft pick.
Do you think that a draft pick, you could say to yourself, my belief the Eagles can go to a Super Bowl this year is exponentially higher if they make this move?
A cornerback. That's the position because.
Well, it is a position. You're preaching
right.
Very logically.
Like, I don't think a rookie edge rusher that's not like Aaron Donald coming out of college, right, is going to all of a sudden put them into the Super Bowl conversation. The team needs a cornerback. The jury is still out on whether or not James Bradbury is going to be on this roster, right? So, and if he is on this roster just because of cap implications, I can't trust him to be my starting outside corner for 17 weeks.
All right, that's fair.
So, for me, if there is a position that you can draft that could increase your chances, let's not say lock Super Bowl contender, increase your chances, to me, it would be corner.
See, I like that because we're keeping it extremely logical.
Yes.
We're keeping the debate extremely logical there. I believe that I look at the Eagles as a window of opportunity that is a big bay window. It's gigantic. I think they have I was trying to look today from the spot track, as you talked about, which is, by the way, we talk sometimes inside baseball to people. That is one of the great sites you can check out to be able to just look at rosters, see money and everything. I think the Eagles have one of the best lockdown young talent rosters in the NFL as far as key positions, key spots. So to me, I don't see it. That screams desperate to me.
Trading up.
You've got 3 quality picks in this draft.
Well, John, I'll ask you this. You could either get a player you love and then, another player that you like with that second round pick, or you can get 3 guys that you like.
Or no, because you could love second-round picks.
No, I
So
understand.
to me, you could get 3 guys you love on your board.
Look, I'm looking at the first round. First round's better than the second round, better than third round, better than fourth round. I know sometimes you draft Tom Brady gets drafted in the 6th round and becomes the greatest quarterback of all time. If I covet a cornerback, if Howie Roseman covets a cornerback, and this should be any sport, this isn't just football.
All right.
You go get your guy. And if it costs one of your second-round picks, I'm not going to lose sleep over that.
I am, because you were sitting at 98. You had 4 picks in the first 98, which in this draft is really, really good. And then you, for some reason, went back 22 spots because you had to have Kenny Pickett, which I'll never understand. So already, to me, you've weakened this draft. And now that would weaken this draft even worse. And next year, you already have a weaker draft. You have your first-round pick, second-round pick, third-round pick, fifth-round pick, and 2 sevens.
All right, let me run this scenario by you. And this is something that I don't think has been talked about once, so it probably won't happen if nobody's talked about it once.
New content. Let's go.
But Howie Roseman, right, if we always try to think about Howie's always doing stuff that we're not ready for.
No question.
I thought about this on my drive in this morning because I knew we'd get into this because I know you want 3 picks in
I
the
want
top
3
53.
picks. Absolutely.
I don't freaking care. If there's a guy that I'm not saying trade both your second-round picks, but if there's a guy at 16 that they want and it costs a second-round pick, so be it.
Even though it is way overpaid.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the market is, right? I want to run this by you because I thought about this morning. What if you packaged both 50 and 53 to move back up into the first round or earlier in the second round?
No.
You wouldn't package 50 and 53 to get a guy at 35.
No, because I'm going to tell you, like guys like, and we'll ask Andrew DeCecco about this.
Yep.
It's a great question to ask Andrew. Guys like Dane Brugler and others that I really love their draft boards. They'll tell you there's 22 or 23 first-round grades of guys in this draft.
Okay.
So that means that picks like 24 on to around the end of the second round are the same guy. I'll take 2 shots at that basket over 1. Absolutely every time out. Every time out. Because the draft we know is a crapshoot.
Yes.
Why do I not want to have more chances to get something right over – if you put 50 and 53 together, you most likely you could get to the top of the second round or maybe you could get to the back end of the first round.
Back end of the first, right.
And as I told you yesterday from Sumer Sports, the teams that trade back into the first round historically get less bang for their buck than the teams that trade out of the back end of the first
All right,
round.
I know you're anti-skewed poll. I'm going to skew this question specifically for Connor.
All right.
At 22, they draft an offensive lineman. Kool-Aid's still there at 32.
Oh, do it.
Are you packaging both second-round picks?
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Yes, obviously, because I would trade everything for Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
I think I said yesterday on a video for social, I'd trade Jalen Hurts. I'd trade all your firsts. Here's the thing, right? Just quick story. In college baseball, they call your pitches for you a lot of places. The coach tells you what to throw, and you get told not to shake off.
Okay.
And I used to shake off. People would be like, why would you do that? It works if you're right. It's not logical, but it works if you're right. And, John, you made a great point. The draft is a crapshoot, and that's logical. But if he makes this move and he's right, if Howie moves up and you get a star, a superstar player because this is their guy, we're not going to be talking about the pick they gave up to get there.
No.
That's the thing. I don't know if that's a fair expectation.
Okay, you're absolutely right. But the idea of saying, do I believe that they're going to be right?
Right. And that's the conversation.
Right, of course.
Is one that I'm not going to say, okay, I'm believing this is a move.
So
it's just not what I'm doing.
Peter Schrager puts out.
By the way, I love Schrager.
He puts out his final mock draft for NFL.com, okay? And he has the Eagles trading up to 16 to draft Terrion Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama. Some are saying the better cornerback out of Alabama, but I know
he is the
Some can be wrong.
No, he is the better Connor. Why he's the better cornerback is because we're not talking about health issues.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's just taking that out of the equation. It's not that he's necessarily the better player. It's that you don't have the health issues.
So I'm trying to find out. I think the link is not correct for Schrager's mock because if you click on it, it brings it to a previous mock where he has DeJean going to 22. I want to see what the draft capital would be, if he even has it. what would it cost to move up to 16? And if Terrion Arnold is, as you're saying, one of the better cornerbacks in
No
the
question,
NFL
he's
draft,
one of the better cornerbacks in the NFL draft.
if you have to trade a second-round pick to get him, I do it.
That's and two. This is me being too logical. It is way overpaying. The value's not there.
I understand your chart.
You're going the charts. You're going on the charts that, by the way, are updated every year,
Right.
based on what NFL teams do. You're paying 200 and some points more than you should. I don't. I just.
But if
wouldn't do it.
Seattle says second-round pick or we don't have a deal,
Then you don't have a deal because I think they're bluffing.
I have the draft capital if you want it.
okay, what do you got?
So GM Howie Roseman makes his move, sending Seattle one of his 2 second-rounders this year and a third next year to jump up 6 spots for a corner.
They're
to get
not
Terrion
doing it.
Arnold.
Who said that?
That is Peter Schrager.
Okay, Schrager, you're way off. That is a ridiculous. First of all, paying a
2
second.
minutes ago was I love Peter
No,
Schrager.
I do love Schrager, by the way. He's great. He actually was an intern.
Oh, that's cool.
Interned with us down in Atlanta.
That's cool.
Great guy. 220. You're overpaying by like 230 points on a draft board if you use a second-round pick. You're not trading next year's third, too. That would be absurd because then you're overpaying by like 400, 500 points on a draft board. That would be flat-out malpractice.
I'm doing it. If that's
No.
what it costs,
No.
I'm doing it. Give me Terrion Arnold. Give me a cornerback. Give me an impact corner. And I don't care if I have to trade a second-round pick for it.
No.
But that's me. I'm always like
The
that.
thing is, though, here's what I'm trying to get to. You see the way you sound, and I understand the passion behind it and the thought process behind it. But it sounds like you feel like this is a team that the hourglass is running out, and we got to win in 2024.
Yeah, but you don't have Terrion Arnold for just 2024. You
I
don't
understand.
have one of these impact corners. You have him for 4 years.
You are also have aging parts of your roster that you need to replace.
And I still have another second-round pick to utilize. I'm just getting rid of one of the two.
And you're hoping that the one hits. No way. Absolutely not. I'm glad you're not my GM tonight. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. All right, we have some text coming in, Connor, about the NFL draft. What exactly do you want the Eagles to do tonight? What exactly do you not want them to do tonight? If you don't have a specific player, that's fine. Give us a position that you want. Again, as an example, what I don't want tonight is an offensive lineman that can't play right guard. If you're drafting an offensive lineman to eventually replace Lane Johnson, they better be able to play right guard. I can't do you drafted Jordan Davis in the first round. He was a rotational guy. You drafted Cam Jurgens in the second round a few years ago. He did not play his rookie season. I understand that the draft is also about years down the road. I get that. But I need guys that can play right away.
No, we agree on this.
In the first round. Fifth round pick,
we agree
fine,
on this,
right?
yes.
Yeah, it's fine. But a first-round pick, I can't have sitting on the bench unless it's a quarterback and it's a bridge year. But that's not the case here in Philadelphia. Get me a corner. Get me an offensive lineman that can play right guard. Get me a starting safety if that's a possibility, even though I don't think they're going to climb up that high for DeJean. All I know is the player also has to play week 1. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
John is going to love this texter. This comes from Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
He says, I'm going to be very specific with what I want the Eagles to do. Eagles give up 22, 50, 171 to trade up to 12 with the Broncos for Quinyon Mitchell. That's what Ryan wants.
Wait, so he's giving up 3 picks.
No. Here's the thing. That, if you want 12,
Yeah, that's what that's going to cost?
53 and one of the fifths, absolutely. That's
You're
about what it
technically
costs.
trading 2 picks.
No, that's what it costs.
You're swapping.
Right,
Right,
Right.
you're swapping ones. You're trading 2 X. Now,
Ooh,
I would tell you is that's the guy that I would want
interesting.
above all. But
So
I
are
don't
you
believe
giving up one of those
I
picks?
don't. I could maybe think about it, but no, because there's other guys. There's other guys that are down the board where I don't have to give up that.
Only
much.
been an hour and 15
We're going
minutes.
to him down
It's
by
only,
a lot.
it's only been an hour and 15
You're
minutes.
not
He's
water-
already started to come on to the good
You
side.
are not waterboarding me. On this
Come
one.
on. Oh, no, the water's fine over here. Come on, man. All right, what else we have?
Kool-Aid
What
I
else?
think you're peeing in the pool. Is what I think. I wish I had that blue dye that showed it off.
No comment.
I,
What else we got, Connor, on the text line?
Yeah, we also have a check-in from Joe in West Philly who says, grab me a first-round corner and a second-round offensive lineman, and I'm good.
Okay.
So,
And that's exactly what they
Do you think
want.
he's talking one? Do you think when he says that, do you think Joe is saying you got to trade one of the second-round picks to get the better corner and then get one offensive lineman in the
Could
second?
be. If he wants a first-round corner, There you could get a guy at 22. We've talked about Nate Wiggins a lot. You could get him at 22, or you could trade one of those.
I think
picks.
everybody's. It just sounds to me again, and this is just my own personal bias at play here. It sounds to me like everybody's acting like this draft is like, come on. We got to get it done now. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as I want Howie to have a long-term view for this.
Yeah, and
really
you
do.
may be smart to do that, but you also got to remember there's a lot of microwave folks like Andy out there that are. It's not that the Eagles are all in.
Right.
It's that society is kind of all in all the time.
But
No, you're not
you
wrong.
can draft a corner by trading up and still have a long-term plan with said corner because you have him for 4 years.
You are.
You're
but
going to
it's-
still
but
have
you're-
you're
but
still
if
going to
you
have a
trade-
second-round pick. It's not like you're going to be no picks until round
the,
5.
The odds, when you get to the second round, your odds then get to be what? 45%, 50% of the second round picks hit?
Never tell
You
me
just-
the odds.
All right, then give me a better chance in the first round.
No, that does.
Give me a
That
better
works.
chance.
But it also thins you out. This team is a little financially top heavy
Yes.
going forward. So you need to start before Jalen's cap hit hits, where it gets more and more and more, even though they've got it structured really well.
They did a great job.
They still have to make sure that they're had some cheap labor coming your way.
Speaking of which, coming up at 7:30, there was another big contract in the NFL yesterday. And once again, Howie Roseman just seems like a magician. So we'll talk about that coming up at 7:30. Also, the Sixers conversation, because tonight is Game 3. I know we've been Eagles heavy, but we're mixing in the Sixers as well today. It's Game 3. They got to freaking win tonight. If not, you might as well just pack up the bags.
Oh, no,
Do
they're done if they
Do
lose.
the Sixers have the it factor? I know that's such an open-ended question. I know that there's not one specific example of it, right? There's not one specific definition.
What is
of
it to you?
It.
What is it to you, though? So, I mean, like for somebody
Is
in
the
the
moment
audience.
going to be too big for them tonight? I will be able to find that out.
The one
And
thing
I think that's an it factor thing.
I think the it factor is, do the Sixers have the dog in them to turn this series around and
Right.
win it? And win it.
And I think anything that we say will all come back to being the same thing, right? Dog in them, or will the moment be too big? All that kind of stuff. They know that the refs screwed them over in Game 2. Are they going to put their tails between their legs? Oh, we should have had Game 2. Or are they going to say, we won Game 2, but we'll show it tonight? Like, we'll see. And I'll be able to probably find out early.
The Sixers have not given you any reason to believe, and in playoff history, Joel Embiid has given you no reason to believe that exists.
And that's why I'm
He's
asking.
got to disprove it, right?
Yeah.
He's got to prove it.
Do they have it? 610-632-0975. Let's go to our man, Mike in Delran. Hello, Michael.
It's draft day!
Happy draft day.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. I love, dude, this is my favorite day when it comes to football, obviously, until season starts. Howie needs to get a corner, man. I want a corner. I want a franchise corner that we haven't done since 2002, I think it was.
Yep.
I need a lockdown. They get it. I don't care what it costs to get it. I want a corner opposite of Slay this season, and I want a corner who's going to be the man. And as far as the Sixers go, they definitely have the it factor if you add an SH in the front.
Oh, jeez.
That's a great line.
That is a great line, Michael. Thanks for the call, man. Jeez.
Look, if anyone calls up this radio station and says, "Yeah, Sixers have that fight in them. Sixers have that," you're absolutely you're into Greek mythology.
There are players that have it.
There are players, I believe, that when Embiid is healthy, he's definitely got it. Maxey's definitely shown
Kyle
that he's
Lowry,
got
we've
it.
seen it.
Kyle Lowry, you've seen it in his career. But the Sixers as a team, you've got nothing to say that you believe that's the case.
And one
They
of
have
the
to prove
problems
it.
is one of your max contract players, Tobias Harris, doesn't have it.
There's no question. But
Buddy Hield has shown you in 3 games that he has it. He doesn't have it because he's not even willing to take a shot.
You know how you're calling him Tobias the friendly ghost? Buddy Hield should be called Punxsutawney Buddy.
What does that mean?
Because when he saw a shadow, he got scared and he went back in a hole.
Does he at least show up once?
Yeah, but
Like, will he show up tonight?
I know Punxsutawney does show up once a year.
So I just need one. Look, if Buddy Hield shows up today, I'll take it.
They're going to need 3 out of Buddy.
Yeah, probably.
Especially if Tobias isn't giving you what he wants.
All right, coming up next, Howie Roseman, once again, a masterclass of how he builds a roster, whether it's through draft, free agency, trade, you name it. But when it comes down to the finances, another big contract yesterday. I have the highest paid player, either annual salary or just guaranteed money, And the Eagles, I'll tell you how many they have across the NFL. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Steelers on a big day for Philadelphia sports fans. We have the NFL Draft Round 1 tonight. Eagles currently with the 22nd overall pick, but that could be a piece where they move up in the draft. We'll find out. Also, it's Sixers-Knicks Game 3. And before all that, I want to remind you guys one more time. Well, we'll remind you a couple more times. Today, 5 to 7, a Kincade and Salciunas happy hour at the P.J. Willahans in Wynwood.
Looking forward to that. The pregame tailgate.
Yes.
With us at a PJ's.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the newest one.
Yeah, that's right, because it just opened up not too long ago.
Connor went in yesterday.
He sure did. Yeah, he grabbed some food.
It's beautiful in there.
Is it?
Yeah. All their locations are great, and they're all unique, but, it just looks clean. I would say it smells clean, but I can't.
Clean.
And they all look clean, but it looks brand new.
Good spot to watch a game, I imagine.
They've got a billion TVs.
All right, so that's
what
a good place to watch.
Up at in there?
Connor Thomas. Come to the new PJ's in Wynwood. It just looks clean.
It looks clean.
It just looks
What do you
clean.
want me to say? It did look clean.
I mean, seriously.
Clean establishment.
So, yeah, and because of the multiple TVs, you can watch both the draft and Sixers-Knicks. That's a good spot to go to tonight.
I really do want it to be tonight. Sixers, huge win, and then the Eagles have not picked yet.
Oh, yeah, that'd be perfect.
If the Eagles start trading up, then it distracts you from the game. And
Well, you know how he's going to do it just to distract you from the game.
Could be.
Because that's
Could
a
very
Howie
well be.
Roseman special.
That
Oh, wait.
would be.
Oh, people watching the Sixers game? Oh, I'm going to trade up now in the draft. He's going to trade up to 1 just to get more attention than the Sixers tonight. That's a Howie Roseman special. We'll get more of your texts. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Answer the 2 questions that we have for you today. Question number 1 is a 2-parter. It's a 1A, 1B. What exactly do you want the Eagles to do tonight? And what exactly do you want the Eagles to not do tonight? Because I vehemently do not want them to draft an offensive lineman that can't play right guard. If you draft a replacement of Lane Johnson, they should be able to play right guard to start the season. Also, I know this was Connor's, but I'm with you. No wide receivers. We had a caller earlier, Tony from West Philly, called in. They got to get this wide receiver in the first round.
I love Tony's energy and focus.
He's a guy. I've been talking to
Really
him for
good.
years. Big draft guy. No, I'm not drafting a wide receiver in the first round today because, what if A.J. Brown gets hurt? If A.J. Brown gets hurt, that sucks. I'm sorry. That sucks. I can't draft a third wide receiver because of the if A.J. Brown gets hurt.
By the way, doing the math on the Peter Schrager thing, it's just ridiculous. Like him suggesting that they would trade the second pick and next year's third to get to 12. It's a ridiculous.
16. Not even to 12 to get to 16.
No, I thought he went to the Denver pick.
No.
Oh, he went to 16?
16.
It's
Jeremiah had them going up to 12.
It's so ridiculous. It is. I'm surprised, Schrager. You got to do better than that.
And if that's what it costs,
No, it's
Damn
not.
it.
You don't.
Do it.
No,
Do
that's
it.
not. I am not going to a car lot and having David Otto say, come on, David, what's the car worth? Well, if you look at the Kelly Blue Book, car's worth around $25,000. I go, but you know what though, David? I'm going to pay you $42,000 for it.
well, there might
I'm
be
not a
somebody
dope.
that's offering 40.
I'm
really
not
like
a dope.
the car.
No, I'm not paying, but I know the car's worth $25,000. I'm not doing it. I just can't.
But there are other models of that car. There might not be another one. This is a
That's a good
one-of-one
point.
car.
That's a good point.
the
You might
only
need
one
one
I
way
don't
to do it.
I don't believe there is a generational talent that we're talking about.
Yeah, we're not asking to trade from 22 to 1.
No, but I mean, if you're
Say
telling me
22 to 16.
if you're telling me next year I've only got a 1, 2, 3, and 5, and you get 2 7s, 1, 2, 3, and 5, and you're going to tell me that I'm trading away one of those picks? No, absolutely not. Not doing it. There's no chance I'm doing it.
Okay. All right. Now, speaking of Howie Roseman, he is a master at handling the cap and
He is.
signing players. So yesterday, Amon-Ra St. Brown signed his extension with the Detroit Lions. A very, very talented wide receiver.
Now he's their top.
Yes. He also is now the top paid wide receiver in the NFL. So ESPN put out a story yesterday, the highest paid player by position, and they did 2 areas. The highest average salary over the next 3 seasons. So if somebody signed a 5-year deal, they're only focusing on the next 3 years. And also total guaranteed money. So quarterback, for example. Joe Burrow is the highest paid quarterback over a course of 3 years, average salary. Justin Herbert is number 2. Lamar Jackson is number 3. Total guaranteed money, Deshaun Watson is top of that list. Joe Burrow, number 2. Patrick Mahomes, number 3. Running back, Christian McCaffrey for both. Amon-Ra St. Brown at wide receiver for both. Tight end, highest average salary over the next 3 years, Darren Waller, who is probably not playing anymore, and TJ Hawkinson of the Vikings for guaranteed money. Offensive tackle, Penei Sewell, both for the Lions.
Nice player.
Guard, Chris Lindstrom with the Falcons and Robert Hunt with the Panthers. Hunt the guaranteed money, Lindstrom over the next 3 years. Center, Frank Ragnow of the Detroit Lions for both. So that's just offense. And then I could go through the same thing for defense, but I'm just going to get to the point here. The Eagles do not have a single player on their roster that's a highest paid player at a position. They don't have a single player that's in the top 3.
And their 2 wide receivers are locked down.
Yep.
Their quarterback is locked down.
Who, by the way, for clarity, he's 4th
Who
on the Jalen Hurts for the average salary over the next 3 years.
Okay, give me the wide receiver numbers of where they check in.
They don't have a wide receiver on here.
No, but I mean, so the Eagles are not even in the mix.
So in terms of over the next 3 years, Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 1, Cooper Kupp 2, Stephon Diggs 3, Tyreek Hill 4. When it comes to guaranteed money, same players, just the order's different. Tyreek Hill 3, Diggs 4.
Okay, that's wild.
So
that is wild work by Howie.
And this is Howie Roseman being an absolute wizard when it comes to this. And oh, by the way, getting ahead of things. Devontae Smith signed first. Now T. Higgins wants to get out of there. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets his deal. CeeDee Lamb's not going to show up to camp until he gets his money, right? Howie Roseman gets it done quick. Remember Landon Dickerson was the highest paid guard in the NFL? That lasted for like 5 seconds. Jalen Hurts was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. That lasted for 5 seconds. Howie Roseman deserves a ton of credit for getting these deals done quickly.
Because he did it before. That's why Joe Burrow had to be broken off, because Joe Burrow played the waiting game. Herbert played the waiting game also. Deshaun Watson played a waiting game.
Yep.
The McCaffrey stuff, I mean, McCaffrey they traded for him.
Yeah, and
so they had to lock him down, because once you give up the draft capital for him, you got to be able to do that. News from Denver, again, latest. Mark Schlereth checking in with us. Stink. He's heard nothing from the Eagles' standpoint regarding the 12th pick. He does believe that the Broncos are going to try to trade back.
Today's the first day I heard the Eagles going up to 12.
But he has heard
first time.
But he has heard nothing about an Eagles standpoint for them moving to 12. But he does believe that the Broncos will try to trade back.
Okay. And I don't see the Eagles going all the way up to 12.
I don't either.
16 makes sense, and that's been talked about by
it
many,
seems like
many
it's just
people.
been the new word that 16 is happening again. And
Shefty said 19 to us a couple of weeks ago as a possibility.
And again, you heard it. 18 and below, you have more than double the chance to draft a Pro Bowler. When you get to pick 19,
so climb up to
your
16,
odds drop,
and then we're very happy. By the way, the only other player on this cap thing, again, not one single Eagle in the top 3 at any position,
which is crazy,
in highest average or guaranteed money or average salary the next 3 years. Saquon Barkley is 4th in both for running backs, but that's it. But Saquon at 4 and Jalen at 4.
And Saquon's really a 2-year deal, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it really is one of those things where they're gonna pay the price for 2 years.
But it's just amazing. I mean, this is what Howie Roseman does. All right, so we're going to continue talking about this Eagles and the Sixers coming up next. And hold on, we're going to get to a couple texts here too, Connor, so my apologies. I want to play what Joel Embiid said after the game 2. And also, we offended some players on the Knicks, which I love.
Oh, we did, yes.
But do we have some texts coming in on the draft, Connor?
We've got a lot of people checking in on what they want to do on the draft. So Austin in Quakertown checks in here. He says, best day of the year, tradition, I get a chicken parm sandwich every year and go home and watch that terrible movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner.
Stop. You don't have to watch a bad movie.
Where does he get the chicken parm as well? I love
He did not say.
All right, we need to hear
parm.
that.
But he says, go get the corner that you want, Howie, even if it means moving up.
I agree. Like, if there's a guy that you covet, and that's any sport, and I get your logic, John, because that's what it always comes down to, your logic. But if there's a guy that you covet, if there's something that you yourself want in your personal life, you go after it, man. You don't go, if there's the girl of your dreams, you go after her.
I finally did.
I sit at the bar until she leaves with someone else.
Come on, man.
I'm just being honest.
He's
just
trying
saying-
to use a good analogy there,
Look,
Connor.
if the girl of your dreams is there and you need to pay a little bit more at the steak dinner, you don't want to go, you know what, but I'll go with the next one. I'll go to Applebee's with her, the 2 for $20. Like,
Now
come
you-
on, man.
Yeah, I'll skip that one.
I'm going for the steak dinner, damn it.
I would agree.
Let's go. I'm
Okay,
going high
the
price.
The one thing I'm going to say is that Howie has great cap maneuverability.
He does.
They've done a really good job of understanding the lines of scrimmage. Secondary has not been a strength. I would like more chances to get it right.
Okay.
And
All
I'm
right.
not trying to diss Howie Roseman there because I am absolutely a huge Howie Roseman fan.
Yes, you are.
And I can also stand on the fact that I never called for his head.
Well, I did.
I didn't.
I did.
I was willing to give it time.
I don't think anyone's calling for his head right now.
No, I understand, but I haven't
I don't know
waffled.
where you're getting at with
I haven't,
this.
no, but I haven't waffled on Howie Roseman in his tenure as far as
Okay.
being
I don't think
like, okay.
anybody's calling for his head right now.
No, I understand that because a lot of people jump back on the bandwagon. I'm consistent on the bandwagon because I think he's very logical.
Okay.
And I love I value the cap management over almost everything.
We'll see what he does on draft night tonight. I
We
can't
should.
wait, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, coming up next, what Joel Embiid said after the game 2. Do you like it? We'll play that clip for you. We'll talk about it. Also, we offended some players on the Knicks, guys. They're offended.
Oh.
I'm glad we did, and I hope they hear it tonight.
Oh.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
D. Lightem.
They got to be willing to be physical because that's what the Knicks are going to do to you. Embiid last year in that Celtics series.
Perfect. Perfect.
Kincade Salciunas on this beautiful Thursday morning. Thursday, day one of the NFL draft. Game 3, Sixers-Knicks in a must-win situation, obviously. During the break, we saw our man Andrew DeCecco, who'll be joining us for the entire clock hour.
He's ready. He's
fired
pacing.
up, man.
He's ready. He's
from
pacing.
inside the birds. Now, I want to say this right away. From 8:30 to 8:42, that middle segment that we do in the 8 o'clock hour, John and I are taking off. It's just going to be Andrew by himself.
That's good.
But it's going to be your texts and your calls, questions about tonight in the NFL draft that you have for Andrew to check. Suggest you to do now so that Connor has some extra time to look through the text. Text in 610-632-0975. Like, lead your text with question for Andrew and then put in the rest of your actual question. We're going to have Andrew DeCecco roll through your questions either on the air or via the text line from 8:30 to 8:42. John and I are going to leave the building. We're going to go get breakfast or something.
Now we'll go downstairs, get
Oh,
something.
I don't get breakfast?
Well, no, you have to run the board.
Yeah, you gotta
dude,
run.
and you have to read the text messages to Andrew.
All right, bring me something.
Plus, you
Okay,
had
I got
PJs
you.
yesterday for lunch.
Yeah, and you didn't get out.
And you're having it for dinner tonight.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so after the game 2, Monday night against the New York Knicks, Joel Embiid was clearly frustrated, and I did like his frustration, right? I didn't think there was anything fake to it.
No.
He was devastated by them losing. Take a listen to what he said following the loss in Game 2.
We good. We're going to win this series. We going to win this. We know what we got to fix. We did a better job today, so we're going to fix it. But we're the better team, and we're going to keep fighting.
He was straight and to the point.
I loved it.
I loved it, too.
Love that answer.
I mean, it's
Love that
now
answer.
he's
Now
got to back
do
it up.
Now back it up. Big time.
And by the way, he has. I understand
played well.
the 2 rebounds from corners 2 to 4. I get it. But
I don't get that. I don't understand how it
I get your
happens.
read.
Exactly.
I get you being upset by it, but the guy's going out there, he's dropping his 30 points. He's clearly hampered by the injury right now, doing whatever he can. But he has to back it up. He can't mope, right? If some calls don't go their way early on, I don't want to see any Sixers player going, oh, my God, here we go again. Even though I think we will all have that feeling as Sixers fans.
No, we're allowed to have it.
We're allowed
He
to have
can't.
it. The players can't.
Correct.
So he's just straight and to the point. We're the better team. We're going to win. Look, I know we kind of ripped Paul Reed for the bulletin board material the other day. I don't think this is bulletin board material. I think this is Joel Embiid just saying, look, we're the better team. We're going to win.
Just back it up.
It was a moment of frustration following Game 2. I do think Paul Reed may regret what he had to say, though.
I don't think he will. I don't think they pay much attention to Paul Reed. I don't think. But
I know the Knicks reporters asked the players about it.
They did.
They also asked the players about something else. Do we have both Brunson and Josh Hart? Okay.
It's unbelievable.
So it's amazing.
They're so fragile.
It's amazing how storylines can travel. I'm pretty sure the person that asked these questions is a Villanova grad because I think I saw them tweet it out. I just don't have and they may actually work for Channel 6. I'm not sure. But I looked at their bio and it said Villanova grad because I was wondering why would you even ask this question? And that explains it if they're an actual Villanova grad.
And I'm glad that we contributed to this mess.
So Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart separately, and also Tom Thibodeau at one point.
And Tom Thibodeau.
Were asked about the people saying that Villanova is not a Philadelphia school. Let's play Brunson's answer first when he was asked about it.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. In their eyes, we're not a Philly school, but when we win, apparently we're a Philly school, so.
Now, by the way, the reason why this is even being brought up is because we reacted to the Villanova men's basketball Twitter account tweeting out, our guys, Brunson, DiVincenzo, Hart, winning against the Sixers. And it's like,
no, and during the game, actively, because when you turn your social media over to students who are Knicks fans.
Yes, a lot of them.
Then you get that.
Right.
That was not done, but that was not a professionally curated tweet. And it was I'm a Knicks fan, and I'm running the Villanova men's basketball account.
Now, I will say this. I did not root for Villanova. in any of their championship runs.
I did not either.
Was I happy for people in the area? Of course.
I was happy for friends of mine who saw it, and I can even go back to social media. I respect the hell out of it.
Yes, I respect. Yeah,
I respect the hell out of it.
But
I didn't
I wasn't
root
rooting
for it.
for them.
No.
And I was kind of anti-parade in the city because they're not a city school.
But I respect the hell out of what was accomplished.
So Jalen Brunson, we're not a Philly school and we're losing, but we're a Philly school and we're winning. Well, I think that's.
Well, more importantly, the issue wasn't Philly school. The issue was the stupid Twitter account not reading the room.
Well, then I call them
actively rooting against it.
But I say they're not a Philly school because of that.
And then they tried coming back at me on social media about my tweet. I'm like, read the room. We were just celebrating our guys by publishing their stats
Then
and everything.
celebrate Kyle Lowry.
I said, why wasn't Kyle Lowry on your tweet? Because it's a freaking Knicks fan that is running the account.
Absolutely.
It's like there are schools, there are that will have a if you let a little Knicks fan run your social media account, that's what you get. Read the freaking room.
Now,
it wasn't smart.
Brunson's answer was kind of like,
Yeah.
Josh Hart, however,
Oh, here we go.
A little bit more upset.
We have Villanova in our blood, bro. What you mean? Like, that's a bond that goes deeper than where, you're from or who you're rooting for or whatever. Like, we have a bond there that goes beyond basketball, that goes beyond any of that stuff. So for Philly fans to be mad about that, I think that's idiotic.
That wasn't what we were mad about, Josh, and nobody was mad. It was just mocking it.
Yeah.
How stupid and short-sighted it was.
It was stupid and short-sighted, and I now say they're officially not a Philly school if they're not, they're not supporting the Sixers.
And very soft. Like you don't understand. I want them to have a bond with Villanova. They should.
They went to that
It's their
school. They won a national championship there.
And their Knicks players, who are Villanova players, they should have a bond. But the official Villanova basketball account actively rooting against the Sixers is flat out stupid.
And showing no love to Kyle Lowry, except for when he hugged Tim Thomas.
Right. Read the damn room. I mean, honestly, it's not that hard.
They're
but
offended,
again,
man.
When you turn your social media accounts over and you don't handle them professionally and you let like a fanboy have them, then a fanboy is sitting there tweeting and speaking for your entire program.
I hope I see some Temple, St. Joe's, LaSalle, and Drexel gear tonight at the Wells Fargo Center. You know why? Because those schools are in the damn city. All right, screw you, Nova. All right. Coming your way next.
Oh, Josh, just his heart went fluttering.
He's probably so upset. At 8 o'clock, we give away our next chance to give away $1,000. But for the entire 8 o'clock hour from Inside the Birds, a great draft mind, Andrew DeCecco, will join us. Again, get your questions lined up now on the text line, 610-632-0975. Because from 8:30 to 8:42, he's answering your questions because I know you'll be tired of hearing us ask him questions during the first segment. Also, today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05 right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect.
On this Thursday morning, Kincade and Salciunas. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. But now joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This has been one of the fastest hours for us since the show started, John, because it's not you and I debating each other. It's you and I just getting the logic and being educated by a great draft man from inside the birds, Andrew DeCecco. What's up, Andrew? What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Fired up to spend some of my draft morning with you and talking some football, and we're finally here.
It's a national holiday for you. Let's be honest.
Oh, it is. And I've been waiting for this for months, and it feels like the combine was just yesterday because I've been so busy with everything.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm so happy that it's here, and it's going to be interesting for sure.
How locked in? So, obviously, we're going to be talking majority about the first round selection for the Eagles today. But a guy like you have to know like 6th and 7th round talents. Like how much time do you spend during the day, like getting just educating yourself on draft prospects that aren't just the day one picks?
Well, that's really took place around Thanksgiving, where I'm getting familiarized with players who might be on draft boards, and then I start to work my way towards the players where their film is more readily available. But so I have day 3 down pat. That's
awesome.
Sort of how that was my headway into this industry, was finding out who some of these sleepers are and where they're going to fit and how they project at the next level. So I can't wait for day 3 the most.
The most?
The most.
No, he's weird with
awesome.
it. First year that I met Andrew when I came home here, and we sat next to each other in the same row at the Eagles. His started to talk draft. I've never talked about the draft with anybody who talks more the back end of the draft forward.
That's amazing. You're the only person I know that likes the final day more than anything else.
Oh, I love it. I can't
loves
wait.
the final
I'm
day.
looking forward to calling in and providing updates on all these guys.
He loves this.
All right, so I got to ask, are we allowed to get your final predictions today? We're not going to get to it yet. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Good.
Absolutely. We'll get on record.
The other day, we ran through Brendan Gunn, who's our associate producer, put together 31 mock drafts for us, just who the Eagles are selecting. It's on a one sheet, and yours is on here. And you have J.C. Latham, the offensive tackle, that could be going to 16. Are we still thinking that? Or not 16, at 22. Are we still thinking that as of this morning?
I think that he's going to fall within that range. I've seen him go as high as 5, but in my eyes,
crazy.
But yeah, it is. But in my eyes, I see it anywhere from 16 to 24 or 25. So it is realistic. And I think that the quarterback run early on might change and alter the perception or alter the whole landscape of this class.
Do you believe, if you wanted to just go, because the Seattle pick's the one everyone's talking about, 16, that you would you, general manager Andrew DeCecco, Howie calls you and says, you're the assistant GM, would you give up one of those second-round picks to move to 16? Would there be a value pick in there that would be worth passing on a player in the 50s?
Great question. The answer for me would be no, because at 16, I think there's a world where both corners, Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell, are off the board. Troy Fautanu, the tackle from Washington, would be a logical pick because I sort of have him penciled in for Washington. He could play guard or tackle. But I think that you could stay at 22 for all that and get a player of similar quality, whereas you really need to keep all your picks and start to build and get young talent in there when you're a team that's so devoid of building blocks for the future.
Now, I've already wagered a limb that the Eagles will not be drafting at 22. So please tell me that I will still have all my body parts intact.
I think you're safe there.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure.
I might be the only person who has told me all along maybe they slide back a little.
Well, that would be...
it would be shocking.
Well, it depends. It depends on how the board falls, John, because if they do slide back, you might be able to get a Kool-Aid McKinstry, the corner from Alabama. You might be able to get an offensive lineman like a Graham Barton from Duke who can play tackle, center, or guard. So there's
and
a lot
pick
of
up
versatility
a third
there.
to do it,
Right.
is what I'm wondering.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because the third round is a money round. There's a lot of really good prospects in terms of linebackers like Cedric Gray from North Carolina, Trevin Wallace from Kentucky. There's going to be some safeties that fall within that range. So I think and pass rushers for that matter as well. So if you're the Eagles, you're not picking right now from 53 until 120. You're missing out on a wealth of talent in this class.
Andrew DeCecco, just incredible. He's just giving you third round talent left and right. Boom, 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 boom.
And look, again, our YouTube audience can see it. No notes.
No notes. That's all off the top of his head. It's
psychotic. It's actually sort of psychotic.
But that's why
it's good.
That's
I like
why
it.
you're as great as you are.
There's a Criminal Minds episode on him.
Right, absolutely.
You might have missed it.
All right, so
there might be.
We'll continue the draft talk. Andrew's going to be with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Again, if you have a question for him, John and I are taking the 8:30 to 8:42 segment off. You're going to be in the room.
That's going to be a bagel segment.
You're going to be in the room by yourself here, all right? And Andrew's going to answer your questions either on the phone lines or the text line. So if you want to text in a question now, just text in question for Andrew, ... and then ask your question. And Connor will kind of get those ready for that segment, which starts at 8:30. So you can text in or call in 610-632-0975. But it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Connor.
Hello. I got notes for this 5-minute segment. I don't know how Andrew's doing that, man. Dude, there's like 1,000 people getting drafted. But I saw this was on the show sheet. We didn't get to it because there's bigger stuff today, but I need to know. Last night, rough performance for Sir Anthony Dominguez. Here's what some of it sounded like.
Floater out to right. Castellanos coming on. It's going to drop for a base hit. One runner's in. Here comes Stevenson. The throw to the plate, not in time. And we're tied up at 3. Espinal with his second hit.
And Sir Anthony just struggling with his ability to throw his pitches, and especially the slider. Doesn't have a lot of confidence in it for whatever reason.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
He still is throwing 98, 99 miles an hour, right? He's just not hitting his spots. He's walking batters. 2 walks last night, a walk in his outing before that. In games where he's not walking guys, he's allowing home runs. Like, it's been a rough year for Sir Anthony Dominguez. ERA of 9.72.
It's been a rough year for us watching him.
Yeah, and look, and the shame of it is he was pretty bad last year too, and he was so good for them in 2022. It's crazy how relievers can fall off like that. Like Connor Brogdon in 2022 in the playoffs was tremendous.
Lights out.
He's not even in the big leagues, right? It's just crazy how that works out. But that's the confusing thing for me. He still has his stuff. It's almost like he just forgot how to use it.
Yeah, I don't think he stinks. I think he stinks right now. I think maybe you could see the, I don't know, the mop-up role type thing for Sir Anthony Dominguez until he gets the confidence back, but he's in a rough spot. We'll move on to this next one here because I'm going to need a pick from all 3 of you guys in there. Andrew DeCecco, you're not getting off the hook on this one. But tonight, a big Sixers home playoff game, and there's one question everyone wants to know. Ringing tonight's bell is who?
It better not be. I don't even want to get into it. It better not be. It better not be someone who will be rooting for the Knicks to win.
I agree with you.
And that is Jay Wright.
I agree with you.
Oh, no, I don't think it should be Jay Wright.
Jay Wright would be rooting for the Knicks to win. So that is absolutely that is not.
See, I don't think about the bell that much.
Really.
I really don't because
they haven't won anything.
It gets the people going.
I get you. It's great.
Look,
it's a great honor.
My guess, I have no.
You have a guess.
My guess is it's going to be a Kelsey or a Cox.
My guess.
Just keep that going.
I'll go Saquon Barkley.
That's a great pick.
Oh, the New York.
That's
thing.
what I was thinking.
I'll go Saquon Barkley.
Okay. Andrew?
I'm going Jason Kelsey. Big night for the Sixers. Big night for the NFL draft in Philly.
Yeah. So I think that's a well that's not dried up yet.
Okay.
The Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox thing.
All right. Fair enough. Either way, we'll see if any of us got it right. And just a little bit of something you guys were talking about earlier, and a question I want to pose to Mr. DeCecco.
Tell us exactly what you want and exactly what you don't want during the NFL draft today. So let's start with that, boys. So our question, exactly what we want, exactly what we don't want, just to give our answers real quick. I want a cornerback, an impact corner. That probably means trading up for. What I don't want is an offensive lineman, which I'm cool if they draft a lineman, but an offensive lineman that can't play right guard and then eventually move over to right tackle. I don't want to do another Cam Jurgens sits a year before he even gets on the field. I don't want to draft another rotational guy like Jordan Davis. Call me greedy. I want a guy that can play week 1. Connor said no wide receiver. I think we're all in agreement. Don't draft a wide receiver in the first round. You're all Kool-Aided up.
Oh, big time. Bring me Kool-Aid.
And, John, you want a corner as well. But
I want a corner, but I don't know, and that's where his insights will come in Andrew DeCecco's. The idea of, do we have to have an impact corner? Does it have to be a trade up to get an impact corner? That's what I want.
What exactly do you want them to do tonight? And obviously not as a fan, but what do you want them to do from a roster construction standpoint, and what you don't want them to do from a roster construction standpoint?
Well, first, I would avoid taking receiver. You have 2 well-compensated starters there, and you can get one in round 2 that's going to be able to step in and be a good third option. Mm-hmm. Now, what I would like to see the Eagles do from a roster-building standpoint is, like you said, Andrew, add a versatile offensive lineman that can contribute as a guard initially and then be the heir apparent for Lane Johnson whenever he decides to call it a career. And there's going to be a few options that will be able to fulfill that role.
Yeah, let's go through those options because I know there's some players that if you draft them as a right tackle, they're playing right tackle. But there are some guys that can play multiple positions. Can you go through some of those names that you could see in the Talisa
Fuaga from Oregon State. He's 6'6". He's more of a right tackle. He started the last 2 seasons at right tackle, but his body type and his arm length suggests that a transition inside the guard would be probably on slate for as a rookie. And that was actually Ty Johnson's first-round pick for the Eagles. He mentioned that last night on his mock draft. I like him a lot. He's a nasty player, really good finisher. Troy Faltano, who we mentioned, could go as early as 16 or maybe even 14 to the Saints. The tackle from Washington, he's shorter. He's 6'4", 315, but he has 34.5-inch arms. So he can play either tackle spot and he can play guard. That's a player that I really like. And J.C. Latham, who you mentioned was my most recent first-round pick for the Eagles, the tackle from Alabama, can play right guard and right tackle as well.
Now, should Howie look at it that way? I'm greedy. I don't want to draft another bench player in the first round. I don't want to draft another rotational guy. I want to draft a starter. Should Howie target that, or should Howie go, you know what, maybe the best thing is to draft just a right tackle that's going to eventually replace Lane Johnson? Like, what should the strategy be for Howie there?
Versatility has always been something that they've hung their hat on, and Jeff Stoutland's been able to maximize their ability. And I think you need an immediate solution at right guard. Tyler Steen deserves every opportunity to challenge for that. But if you have a chance to add a premier talent, you take that every time.
Right.
At least in my opinion. So I think that should be the approach tonight.
I know everything is about tonight, and everything is about, like, this year's draft. But you do have just 1, 2, 3, and 5 next year. And you could actually have a penalty coming down for tampering with Saquon Barkley. That could take away one of those picks next year. Do you think there's any thought in his head, in Howie Roseman's head, about trying to replenish picks in the shelf for next year? Because I don't think they have a lot of quality depth to be able to do that.
I think that factors in. It certainly has to, especially when you're looking long-term and trying to build this from the ground up and get a lot of homegrown talent in there. But I also think that when you look at it in terms of this year, John, I don't know that you can afford to fork over either pick 50 or 53 to trade up. You would have to get up probably as high as 12 to get the corner from Toledo, Quinyon Mitchell, and that's awfully rich. I don't know that the Eagles are in a position right now where they can sort of get rid of some significant assets like that.
All right, so tell us about some of these players. So I mentioned we had 31 mock drafts where it's just the Eagles selections. We didn't print out 75,000 pages. I like to save the trees. John doesn't. John's anti-tree on the show, which is just a shame. So of the mock drafts that we have here, 9 different ones. This is the hot player on here. 9 different people had the Eagles selected Nate Wiggins, the cornerback out of Clemson. Tell us about Nate Wiggins.
So Nate Wiggins is 6'1". He was 173 during the season, but he added 9 pounds by pro day. Still really slight. Doesn't have the physicality. You wonder how he's going to match up with a player like an A.J. Brown or a DK Metcalf. I question his effort sometimes on certain plays, so I think that's some challenges that might have surfaced throughout the pre-draft process. I'm not exactly as high on him as I once was, once I delved a little bit deeper into the behind-the-scenes aspect of Nate Wiggins in the background. I just, when you look at somebody that has that slight of build, and he does have the ball skills and the long speed and the fluidity, he's a technician, all those good things, but there's too many times on tape where he's not maximizing his ability and his potential, and it almost looks like he's taking some plays off.
So the second most mentioned player, so Wiggins, 9 out of 31, so almost a third of the people picked Wiggins. 7 out of 31 is Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. Tell us about Cooper.
Very popular pick, obviously. Someone who has corner and safety ability. Smart player. I believe I mentioned when I was on with you guys last time that I view him more as a safety because he is such a highly instinctual player, a quarterback of the back end. He sees things, and he's able to process it quickly and drive on the football and be very deceptive with how he's able to manipulate quarterbacks. I think that if you're Vic Fangio and you like highly intelligent, versatile players, he's really appealing. Now, how high is he willing to go?
Right.
I have him going a little bit beyond 22. I have him going 25 to the Green Bay Packers. I think taking him at 22 would be a bit of a reach. John, you mentioned that he's a positionless player. And how do you feel about that?
And to me, that sort of, and I've read stuff that you've written about that before.
Right.
I want to know someone's skill set. I don't want to hear hybrid.
Right.
The minute I hear hybrid, I'm
out.
I'm sort of out, even though when I went down that rabbit hole, there's a lot to like. But I just don't would it be if they saw him if they draft him, they have to see him as either a safety or a corner, right? They can't be saying, well, we can use him any way we want. They have to see him somewhere. And I'm not sure I'd want to pay that for another safety. That's just me.
That's fair, but if you're looking to add the best talent available, someone who can take the football away and be a game changer, I'm just playing devil's advocate, John.
No, do it.
I think that you have to seriously consider that. And
well, that's where you're
right.
I mean, he had 7 interceptions over the past couple of seasons, and you pair that with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who also has a penchant for taking the football away, and all of a sudden, you're able to create some turnovers on the back end and maybe flip momentum at a given time.
Now, we could have a time machine and go back and get Kyle Hamilton.
Right, that would be nice. Yeah, that would have been nice. Now, you have him going at 25. I saw a tweet last night, and again, there's smoke everywhere, right? That he could be going up higher than a lot of people expect him to. Like, how high could Cooper DeJean go?
He can go top 15.
Okay.
He could go to Jacksonville at 17, where I currently have Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama. I certainly could see it. All it takes is one team to be enamored with the skill set and the multi-positional aspect of
and the sneaky athleticism
and the lunch pail. Yeah,
it's amazing.
Coach's son. Yeah.
All right, 5 out of 31 mock drafts, and a name that we haven't talked about much with you, Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia. From what I've read, and I'll get your expertise on it, he's more of a tackle, will not be able to slide over to right guard. Now, again, you have Stoutland, you could try to make that work. Tell us a little bit about Marius Mims out of Georgia.
I love that you went there, Andrew, because I was hoping to get to that. He's a tackle primarily. He can play left or right, my understanding. 6'8", 340. So I don't know that his body type suggests a fluid transition at guard inside. Get that ability out of him and make it look natural. It's Jeff Stoutland. Now, the question becomes, he's an immensely raw player, very athletic, long, but he only played over 800 snaps at Georgia, just 8 starts. If you're a team like the Eagles, you need the closest thing to a sure thing, I would think, that you can get.
Right.
And he would be more of a projection down the road. I don't know that he's ready to come in right away and make an.
So he's a projection at tackle, let alone guard. Obviously, he would not play guard.
That was what I got from Georgia itself, from going and checking in with people, was the idea is that they're project.
Absolutely.
Project, it's going to take time, not plug and play.
Right.
But if it comes together, he's
not
gonna
trashing
be
the kid at all. They said, yes, all the skill set, but it's not a plug and play.
No.
And you have to have a plug and play.
All right, I'm going to bring up one more player. So just to round it out, Kool-Aid McKinstry had 2 on here. Latham had 2. You were one of them. Latu, we talked about, who I told you I'm out
Watch
because
your
he wants to be a fireman. He only had 1. Chop Robinson had 1. Quinyon Mitchell had 1, and that was a trade up to get Mitchell. I don't think even you have brought him up, and I don't know if that's because he's too high on the draft board for a lot of people, but Jared Verse out of Florida State is on here twice. Tell us a little bit about Jared Verse, and is there even a shot that the Eagles go after him? Because I haven't even heard a single person mention him for the Eagles.
Yeah, Jared Verse, aggressive, relentless pass rusher, violent hand usage. I love his tape. Also, I would also caution and say sometimes his motor runs hot and cold.
Okay.
Whereas Latu, I know you're not a fan, but
no, I'm anti-fireman.
Latu is the best pure pass rusher in this class, at least in my estimation. Take the injuries and the medical stuff
Can you?
off to the side. Well, that depends. So there's going to be, and I'm glad you brought this up, there's going to be some teams that may have him off their board completely. But then there's going to be some that are going to be conflicted. You might see a little bit of a divide. Hey, I think he checked off our boxes. Or, hey, we're worried this could be a reoccurrence down the line. He might have a shortened career. The Eagles actually brought him in for a visit. The closest to the deadline, which was April 17th, they brought him in around the 16th, I think, just to make sure that they're fine-tuning everything and everything's in line, and they wanted to get a close look at the medicals. So he's a player that could be in the conversation if he doesn't go as high as he ordinarily would.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Coming up next, John and I are stepping out.
Yeah.
We're not even working.
Asiago Bagel.
I know we have a lot of texts coming in. Connor let me know we have plenty of texts coming in, so you still have time, too, if you want to. Text in the show, or you can line up on the phones. We'll take calls still. I know it's the old way of doing things. 610-632-0975. Do you have a question for Andrew DeCecco? From 8:30 to 8:42, that's our next segment. We're going to run through a bunch of questions for Andrew DeCecco, who is a draft expert, a draft nut. Tonight is
Nerd, some would
NFL
say.
Draft Round 1. That's not even his favorite round. He said his favorite rounds are 4 through 7. He loves Saturday. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Questions for Andrew Checo coming your way next, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect.
Kincade and Salciunas on a big day in Philadelphia, the round one of the NFL draft tonight. Eagles currently selecting with the 22nd overall pick. We'll see if that changes. And also Sixers-Knicks game 3. Sixers need to win to make it a 2-1 series for the Knicks' favor. You can listen to tonight's game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You do not want to miss a second of either one. It's going to be pretty hard to balance both the NBA or NFL draft and the Sixers playoff game, but I think we can do it. We'll be able to do it. All right, so this entire segment, the floor is yours, Mr. DeCecco, and the texters. And if you want to call in, you can at 610-632-0975.
Like Stump the Chump.
I know we have a lot of texts coming in, so Connor, let's get rolling. What do we have for Andrew DeCecco, an NFL draft expert?
All right, we have a question here. We're starting off with VT Ron, and he says, Andrew, I have two questions. There are two corners that I'm really looking at, the corner from Clemson and the corner from Iowa. Which one do you think best fits defense for the Eagles? He puts a Go Birds in there.
Okay, so he's talking about Nate Wiggins, and he's talking about Cooper DeJean.
Right.
Cooper DeJean, I view him as a safety. But if you're looking at it in the lens of a corner, I like his fit. I think he's a ball hawk. He's really intelligent, as I mentioned. Nate Wiggins is a player who I do have some concerns about, just given his slight build. He is fluid. He is athletic. He does have the long speed and he's a technician out there. But you worry about him being able to get potentially bullied on the perimeter against some of the more imposing receivers he's going to have to go against. And I also question his effort sometimes as well. So I would go Cooper DeJean.
John's been asking this question. He asked it yesterday, and I'm not the guy to answer it. Can Wiggins get bigger on an NFL roster?
Because my Clemson contact says he ended 2 seasons, 172 and 174, that he puts on weight and then loses it in the course of the season, which a lot of players do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not saying anything, but that's really skinny to me.
Yeah, putting it on shouldn't be the problem because I think he gained 9 pounds, got up to 182 for pro day, but then you wonder if he's going to be able to sustain that. And I have a hard time thinking that he can if the track record shows that he hasn't really gotten up to his playing weight beyond 174. That's really concerning. You saw Emmanuel Forbes last season, the corner for the Commanders. You saw how his challenge is going against A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
It's a whole different beast that you're going up against when you're slight of build like that. And I think that's something to be mindful of.
All right, what's next, Connor?
All right, this is great because it's a little bit of a broader question, and this is a first-time texter. So I don't know if they like us, but they like Andrew DeCecco a lot.
There we go.
They ask, which position is the deepest in this draft and which is the slimmest? That question from Chris.
What's up, Chris? So I would say offensive line is the deepest. I think you could still find starting caliber players in round 4, which is pretty deep. And you're going to find high-end backups and depth pieces later in the draft. The slimmest, I would say, edge rusher is really razor thin in my view, at least. I think it's kind of top-heavy, and then it really filters out. You're getting a lot of depth players, rotational guys. And you might also be able to say tight end. Tight end's another position that Brock Bowers, and then take your pick for the number 2 spot.
Right.
I like Ben Sinnott from Kansas State, but, I mean, that's also up for debate.
So do you think somebody would pay more to climb up and get a Jared Verse or a edge rusher? Because he says top-heavy. Teams obviously know that. The Eagles need an edge rusher. They'll probably get one at some point during this draft, but do you think teams would spend more to climb up to get one?
Depends on how you view them, right? Because I think Dallas Turner, to me, is going to be the first edge rusher taken. Now, I view him more as a player that obviously has intriguing athletic traits and attributes, but he is a project in some regards, technique, hand usage, and things like that. I don't know that you want to trade up for somebody like that. You want to trade up for someone that you know is going to come in and be just a dominant force out of the gate. Jared Verse, to me, would be somebody that could be somebody might want to trade up for. And ordinarily, Latu, who I mentioned, would be someone that would fit that bill as well, but there's the medical concerns.
What's next? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on. No, go on. Let's get the next question.
Bro, are you reading these texts before I get them? This next text is about Dallas Turner, and if he starts to slide, would the Eagles trade up and get him? That's insane. But I think you kind of already gave us your answer there, right?
Yeah, I don't know that Dallas Turner would slide past 10 to 12, and even still, I think, given the position, I don't know that the Eagles would do that.
All right, so we'll move on to the next one. So this one is I think it's a really interesting take on this that we haven't gotten into. Curious how Andrew sees the rest of the division going tonight. Any idea what's going on with Washington, Dallas, and New York?
So Washington, I have them going quarterback Jaden Daniels. New York, John and I were just talking about this off air. I think all things equal, and I'm not factoring in trades, they could take a wide receiver. Now, that could be Malik Neighbors, or that could be Rome Odunze from Washington as well. And then when you look further down the draft, Tyler Guyton, Andrew, is a name that you mentioned, and he's somebody that I could see Dallas going for. Raw player, but super athletic. 15 starts under his belt.
And Dallas is good at that. We love Eagles and how they get offensive linemen. Dallas is really good at it. A couple of years ago, I was begging for Tyler Biadasz for the Eagles.
Sure.
Now that's geeky because that was a 4th round pick.
You're super geeky.
And when Dallas got they traded remember they traded picks. The Eagles gave Dallas their pick, and Dallas drafted Biotis, and I was pissed off because I go, A, I wanted that guy. B, Dallas is another team that they can spot offensive linemen in a draft pretty well.
Absolutely. So that's where I see a Tyler Guyton or even maybe an Amarius Mims, who we mentioned in the previous segment from Georgia, that might be a good fit there. You saw what they were able to do with Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
And develop him. So
safe to say that the Cowboys are the best drafting team in the division in the modern era.
Absolutely.
That's sad.
It's truth.
Why'd we have to ask that question?
It's the truth.
We could have left that one in the holster.
It needed to be said.
What's next, Connor?
All right. Well, this is Andrew's doing it again. We're talking about Guyton here, but Jared from Omaha asks, Andrew, if we sit at number 22 and had Wiggins or Guyton on the board, who would you think is the selection there?
I would say it would be Tyler Guyton. The Lane Johnson connection, the raw athleticism that I think they would be intrigued by to get him in the building and have him work with Jeff Stoutland and then ultimately be the heir apparent for Lane Johnson I would lean that way.
All right.
All
What else,
right.
Connor?
Got a trade scenario here from Andrew in Ben Salem, from AJ in Ben Salem for Andrew. Would you trade with the Broncos? Here's the scenario. The Eagles get the 12th pick to get Quinyon Mitchell. Broncos get the first-round pick from the Eagles this year, 2024 second, 2024 fifth.
If they view Quinyon Mitchell as a blue-chip player, I view him just under that tier. You have to do it. They need the position. And I will add this. There's a connection there with Quinyon Mitchell and the Eagles. The Toledo head coach, Jason Kando, and Nick Sirianni are very tight.
Yeah.
The defensive coordinator at Toledo is Vinny Karras, son of Larry Karras, who coached Nick Sirianni at Mount Union.
Mount Union connection.
Let's go. Do it.
Oh, no.
So they know everything that they need to know about this prospect, and if he's your top-rated corner, I think you have to do it.
Wow. Then draft day becomes a bore. You have one pick tomorrow night. You don't pick again till what?
Yeah, but I don't care about bore.
No, I
If you value a player, you
because
get 'em.
I need more bodies. This organization needs more young, cheap, affordable, controllable talent on contracts.
Yeah, but you know Howie's going to probably trade and get another pick in return somehow.
Where? Like
I don't know.
A
He's
fifth
the
rounder?
wizard. It's not
a
me.
fifth rounder?
They really need to pick up a third-round pick.
They really need a third-round pick badly. Like I could see them trading back on one of the two picks tomorrow night in order to trade back 10
And get a
spots or
third-round
whatever
pick.
and get a third-round pick.
That would be
You don't
smart.
want to sit that out.
I asked John this question. I'll ask you, Andrew, then we'll get another text. Is there any chance, because I don't think we've talked about this. Is there any chance that they package the two second-round picks to move up? Either earlier in the second round or back end of the first round?
If a player slips that they had highly on their board, maybe a Cooper DeJean, who you mentioned.
Right.
It depends on how much they like him. I just think given what they have right now and the lack of young, homegrown talent to develop for the future, I think that might be malpractice.
Okay.
But if they deem the player to be special and unforeseen, slipping in the draft, I think you have to consider it.
All right, Connor, what else do we have?
All right, this one comes from actually our YouTube chat.
Oh, nice.
And
What up,
Haley sent
YouTube?
this in. They want to ask Andrew, which highly rated players that are likely to struggle in the NFL, in your view? So basically some guys
okay,
that
I
are
like
in the
this.
top that
Good.
could be busts.
Chop Robinson from Penn
Okay.
State is the edge rusher who is immensely raw.
Why are you clapping? You're hoping the kid fails?
No, I'm just telling you, it's right there. I believe the same exact thing.
He's
Too small
athletic.
a sample size.
Too small of a sample size,
to me.
always
Okay.
6.5 sacks, so there's very limited production. There's a lot of concern.
Coming up next, we'll continue because I know we have a bunch of texts, so I don't want to limit to it to just this segment. So we'll get some more text for Andrew DeCecco, but I want you to think about this during the break because I have this question written down for you specifically. What are the three most logical things that could happen tonight? I know the draft is a crapshoot. I know the board changes all the time. What are the three most logical things that could happen for the Eagles tonight, whether it's trading out of the pick or selecting a specific players? The three most logical things that the Eagles could do tonight. Andrew DeCecco will answer that question and your text coming up. And also our buddy Jeff McClain dropped his mock draft.
He did it.
His one and only mock draft. I'll tell you who he selects, who the Eagles select. And it's not at 22. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew DeCecco with us for the rest of the hour. We'll talk to you next.
Now, a 76ers.
Salciunas. Final segment with our man Andrew DeCecco, who has just done tremendous job for us every time he's been on with us. This is now the third Thursday for the hour, the 8 o'clock hour, and this one has just flown by as we are on draft day. I can't believe it. So, Andrew, let's get another question from our text line, and then I want you to answer the question that I asked going into the break tonight for the Eagles. And I like that one of our texters asked about, generic NFL draft. I want to get your thoughts on the quarterbacks in this NFL draft. But what do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, this next question, unnamed, another first texter. So we got a lot of people checking in.
First time, long time.
Yes. For DeCecco, do you know if Fangio has any say in grading the defensive prospects and will influence them to go get a particular guy?
Oh, I have to think that he absolutely does, or he probably doesn't take that job, just given his age and his tenure in the NFL. I think he certainly has say in maybe not the player per se, but the position value that maybe the Eagles haven't historically prioritized, whether it be linebacker, safety, and certain characteristics.
All right. What are the three most logical things that could happen for the Eagles tonight? We're just sticking with round one.
Well, I think you're going to see some quarterbacks force premium players to be pushed down the board.
Okay.
I also think that if a corner like a Terrion Arnold, I think Quinyon Mitchell is still the one in the eyes of most teams, so it might be a little rich still to trade up for him, Andrew. But I think that Terrion Arnold could be a player that the Eagles see within striking distance, and they want to go up and get him, the corner from Alabama.
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility. I think they are able to keep their second-round pick and maybe look to the future and use one of their future picks.
Oh, that would be great, and that would make you happy.
I still don't want to. Okay, Arnold is interesting. I still don't. I need three players. I need three players this year, and I don't want to trade a premium pick from a future year. I just don't. I don't see.
Well, you want your cake and eat it too.
No, I don't see this draft being a draft where I go, gotta have guys. And from a lot of those mock drafts that I've been looking at, a lot of people think like the players 20, like maybe 25 to 60 are the same guy.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. So it all depends. Do you view, or do the Eagles view, Terrion Arnold as a significantly better player than a Max Melton or TJ Tampa, let's say, two corners, they're going to go at the top of the second round?
Right.
Is there a big discrepancy there that would warrant a considerable move up and getting rid of some compensation? I can't answer that. I think Max Melton's a late first-round talent in my view. So, I mean, I don't think there's a major gap there. But it all depends on what the Eagles think, not what I think.
By the way, our buddy Jeff McClain has the Eagles trading up to 16 with Seattle. That's been that spot that a lot of people have the Eagles trading up to, or anybody trading up to, because it looks like Seattle might get out of that, and he has them taking Quinyon Mitchell. Now, you think Mitchell might be number one cornerback off the board. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Denver Broncos. I look at the Raiders, who are picking 13 right after the Broncos, and I think you have to look at you have to potentially look at the 14 or 15, I would think as well. 15 being the Colts, which need a corner. Those are three teams off the top of my head that I think that he could be a good fit in. And then Arnold, for me, 15, 16, 17 range, he starts to become in the conversation.
How far down does Brock Bowers go? I don't think he gets by the Jets because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to badger them, and I think he'll turn Brock Bowers into a immediate rock star. But if he was slipping into the mid-teens, do you think Howie would ever consider it?
Depends on what they're asking for compensation, but
what if they could get to 16? What if it's sitting there with Seattle? He's got a deal in place to get that 16th pick, and it's Brock Bowers he takes.
If they can get to, if Bowers is around at 16,
I don't believe he will be.
You sprint to the podium if you're able to get up there. But John said the Jets at 10. The Broncos at 12 are a possibility. I've seen some that assume that, if he falls, the Bengals could pounce on him at 18.
Oh, boy.
Well, if he's down that far, that would almost be an assured trade-up if you're the Eagles to go get him. So he's a transformative player.
He is.
That's going to alter the dimension of your offense and be a red zone weapon. I think you have to do that. But depending on how high you go, I don't know that you want to. Given all the other needs on the roster, I don't know that would be more of a luxury.
All right, real quick before we let you go, because I know you have a busy day ahead of you, and we appreciate you coming in for the hour today. Just go through the quarterbacks real quick. There could be, 5 in the first 10 picks?
Could be.
Could there be 5 in the first 6 picks?
No, I don't think
No.
so.
All right, so 5 in the first 10. Are they deserving? That's my thing that I always wonder. I get the quarterback, hunger in the NFL. Let's say you did straight up just mock draft, right? But it doesn't, positions don't matter. Are any of these guys top 10 players?
Outside of Caleb Williams, I would say Jaden Daniels is a player that I really like, so
Okay.
I'm sort of bullish on him. But when you look at Drake May or
Right,
J.J.
like,
McCarthy,
it's ridiculous.
It's like, what are we doing?
Get the Giants one of those.
But in most years, to your question, Andrew, those guys are not top 10. They're going to get overdrafted. It happens
But
every year.
Is that smart? I'm sorry. Is that smart for an
it's
NFL team
not.
to do? I get it. Every team needs a franchise quarterback, starting quarterback, whatever. Is it even smart? If you're drafting a guy that you go, this guy might not be that good, but we need a quarterback. Then the Seattle Seahawks, I don't think they're going to ever win anything with Geno Smith, but they go, well, we might as well just keep Geno. He's better than any of these prospects.
Right. And then you start to wonder, is Bo Nix going to be? Is a quarterback like Bo Nix or Michael Penix going to find their way into the first round, just given the
Just
shortage?
because it's quarterback.
Bo Nix, I saw enough of him at Auburn. I'm like, no.
But I feel like
no.
that can't be a smart strategy.
It isn't.
No, it's not. That's
It's
why
been
a lot of
proven
those
not to
teams
be.
consistently need quarterbacks.
Right, absolutely. I mean, not everybody's C.J. Stroud, right? Not everybody's Jordan Love, who's sat for 2 years before he even started playing. Thank you.
Follow
Andrew
this
DeCecco.
man
Pleasure,
today
guys.
if
Yeah,
you don't
what are
already.
you doing tonight? Because I know we have the Sixers game tonight, so we're not doing much draft coverage. So what are you doing tonight, Andrew DeCecco?
Working the phones from now till through the draft, through tonight, and I'll be doing a live stream right after the pick with my man Jeff Mosher.
Love Jeff Mosher. So
We like that guy.
Check that out. Andrew, you're tremendous. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Pleasure,
Enjoy
guys.
the rest of your day and enjoy Saturday, which is a holiday for you, rounds 4 through 7, you geek. We'll be back. Kincade and Salciunas. We continue the NFL draft discussion. Also, Sixers, Knicks, game 3. We talk about it. I want to ask that question again. Do they have that it factor? And also, Adam Schefter joined us yesterday. We're going to try to put on a class, John. You're the professor at Temple. Learn how to speak Shefty. We have multiple cuts from Adam Schefter yesterday that we're going to run through, and maybe we might hear what he has to say. Also, Kevin Nagandi joins us at 9 o'clock right here at Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles are on the clock.
Also, please, dear God, Sixers win day. Sixers-Knicks Game 3 tonight, Wells Fargo Center. You'll be able to listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And to talk about it all, a great Philadelphian who is at ESPN on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from ESPN. Kevin Nagandi. Kevin, happy holiday today, man.
It's a fantastic day. I listen, guys. I, as a guy who loves college football and loves the NFL, this is a combination of both for me. And it's great to be in Detroit. The city's done a phenomenal job. I mentioned this on SportsCenter last night for a town that's I think it's very relatable to the heartbreak and frustration through the years and how the passionate fan base is. But listen, you think it's miserable being like a Philadelphia fan for a Detroit Lions fan?
Oh, yeah.
It has been awful, and we're talking decades and decades and decades. So what they've done the last, let's just say year, because they nailed the draft a year ago, and there was some build-up and knocking on the door, the Super Bowl appearance. This place is electric. It's going to be great tonight. It's going to be cold because, of course, it's Detroit in April. But I cannot wait for tonight. And I'm curious to see if we're at 22. I have a feeling we will not be at 22.
Right. That's what we've been talking about. We've been pretty much locked in that they're drafting 16th overall, and then we've been talking about compensation and who are they trading up for. So let's ask that. Let's start there, Kevin. If they do trade up, they clearly have a player or a position that they're targeting. What do you expect the Eagles to do tonight?
Okay, I'm going to kind of lay it out here for everybody. Like, the one thing that's great for this Eagles team, when you look at their roster needs, it would fill, obviously, offensive line tackle to make sure they have something as a backup down the road, like they've done in the track record the last couple years with Dickerson and Juergens, and making sure you have depth and you continue to build, and then you could slide a guy in right when we get old or somebody decides to retire. And they have done a great job with that. Listen, the clock is ticking on Lane Johnson. He's been phenomenal. But we all hold our breath whenever he goes down, right? Because the team looks completely different when Lane is out of the lineup. If he's dinged up or if there's something small that happens. And so I think they'll focus on tackle if you look at the history of Howie Roseman. But the one thing about this draft, some depth here. The best part of this draft for the Eagles in the first round is there are teams that need quarterbacks, there are teams that need wide receiver, and that there are 7 phenomenal tackles, guards that could be going in this first round. So with that, when you're picking at 22, or if you make a move up to the mid-teens, your guy will be there because we're going to see how this plays out. Well, the first 6 picks are probably going to be offense. Maybe 7 picks, depending on what the Titans do. And then your first defensive player off the board could be going at number 8 to the Falcons. Wow. So the way this all plays out, it plays out really well for the Eagles, where Howie can make a move if you want to go get Quinyon Mitchell, right? The Colts have felt like a target at 15 that they were going to go with Mitchell potentially right there. I could see the Eagles making a move there to go to 15, or if the Colts pass on it, maybe the team that the Eagles are competing with, because you mentioned 16, maybe the Eagles are competing with the Jacksonville Jaguars on getting a cornerback. And if that's the case, then they may have to make that jump there potentially at 15. So, like, there's a lot of scenarios. If they got a guy, I think they have a couple guys. If they've got a guy that they specifically have fallen in love with, let's just say a cornerback, Mitchell will be there. The young man, like, you talk about a kid that could do anything and everything. And I know he comes from Toledo. He didn't allow a touchdown in 402 coverage snaps last season. He didn't allow a touchdown. Now, the ability, does he play press? Does he play man? How does that fit into the system? That plays another role. Terrion Arnold, another guy at Alabama who I absolutely love. And listen, if you come out of Alabama and you're a cornerback under Nick Saban, you are going to be very good. He's taken 270 coverage snaps in press coverage over the last 2 seasons. That's 5th most in the FBS. So, like, he has some experience in understanding that. So you're going to have potentially a cornerback there. But we also know Howie's track record, and I brought it up with offensive linemen. Mims, and I know the jokes will be there. All right, he's a Georgia Bulldog. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But when you look at Mims physically, and he doesn't have the experience. What he lacks in experience, he has in talent. And you put him under Stoutland for a year, my goodness, guys, the Eagles could be in a phenomenal position in a year from now where you could slide Mims right in there and not miss a beat. So there are options there for this team. And let me tell you, if their guy's not there at 22 or somebody's taken at 20 or 21, and they slide down and have a team come in because they want to get a quarterback on a 5th-year option that we saw with Lamar Jackson a few years ago, where the Eagles traded out at 25 and the Ravens jumped in and then they got their guy. I could see that as well, where they continue to collect assets.
Is there a position that you believe if the Eagles, and it doesn't have to be a particular player, that you think moves the Eagles from being in the Super Bowl conversation to being one of the Super Bowl favorites?
Wow.
Like, I mean, because that's where I ask that question before I ask about, are you willing to give up one of the second-round picks to move up in the first round? Are you willing to get ultra-aggressive here? Because I don't see anybody in this draft that I would then say, okay, the Eagles go from being a Super Bowl contender to being one of the absolute favorites. Lock it, write it down.
All right, John. So let's play one scenario, and
sure.
And let's just, I mean, we're taking a leap here, right?
Right.
And I'll play an interesting scenario, and I don't think it's going to happen considering the needs that this team has. The scenario I would play is this: what wins in the NFL? And what wins in the NFL is dominating the trenches, but also scoring points. The ability that you have options to throw the ball around and score points. The way the game has changed, the way the game's officiated, you just got to throw, and score. The guy that I would think, and I know that this is not Madden, and it's not a controller, which is that. The guy that I would think that you're like, okay, now we're looking completely different, is if they were to go get Brian Thomas out of LSU, and you add a 3rd wide receiver of this core, where you're like, all right, how are you going to beat us? You have 3 legit wide receivers. Like, you can make a case that Brian Thomas would be a number 1 in 2 years anywhere else. And if you can get that kid from LSU at 22, and now you say, Jalen, there are no excuses. You have options literally every single spot on the field, and we're going to outscore everybody. And let's just hope Vic Fangio can pull some magic here down the road. Then I would say, all right, that is a completely different team, and it's a complete game changer. I don't think they would do that because they have so many needs at cornerback, tackle. You could see defensive line. Down the road, we'll see day 2, day 3 with linebackers. But to me, that would be like, how do we make that jump here to Super Bowl, not even just Super Bowl contender, but, hey, Super Bowl or bust if you're going on this offense right now.
Kevin Nagandi on the Comcast Business Hotline, an incredible draft man, an incredible college football man, but also an incredible Philadelphia. You know, I have to get your thoughts on the Sixers series. Game 3 tonight, obviously pivotal, must win, whatever word you want to use. How are you feeling so far through this series? It's been a strange one. You could make the case they've been the better team. They're down 2-0.
Yeah, I think we needed an extra day to kind of get that stuff out of our mouth on what we experienced on Monday at Madison Square Garden. I think we're going to learn a lot about. It feels like every postseason game we learn a little bit about Joel Embiid. I think we're going to learn a heck of a lot about Joel Embiid tonight. I learned a hell of a lot on Monday. I thought he was fantastic in the ability to stay on the floor even though he wasn't right. I know many people would be critical about him giving up that rebound space there on the final 25 seconds. The guy was gassed. I'm not making excuses. The guy can't jump, and he still played and busted his butt. I think we'll learn the next step on Tyrese Maxey. For them to do what they did in that environment, and then you're battling not just that team, that crowd, and then the NBA admitting that the referees botched a couple of plays late, a couple of calls in those final 30 seconds. I think we'll just learn a lot more about these 2 stars together, saying it's you and me together. Because it honestly felt like, especially in the second half, Joel was like, I need you, Tyrese, to carry me. And Tyrese was like, I'm ready for it. And I think that's the same thing. Like, I think Joel is looking at Tyrese like, I need to lean on you a lot more than I want to, but you got to grow up right now. And I think Tyrese is growing up. So I think tonight, how these 2 guys play together as 2 stars, I'm looking forward to learning how that crowd will be as well. Listen, I love us. I also know as Sixers fans, as any postseason fan in Philadelphia, the minute stuff like goes wrong, everybody gets tight in the building. You saw that in the playoffs against the Diamondbacks. We've seen that multiple times with the Eagles at the Link. We've seen that with the Sixers the last few years. You saw
it last week. Thank God for Brickin' for Chicken, man.
We can't get tight tonight. We can't. That place has to be loud at all times, and loud in a way that's going to try to carry the team a little bit. I got criticized when last week when we were booing and we were down 12 points in that game 1. And I was like, well, we boo because we care. I believe that, and we're passionate, and the Sixers turned it around. I think this crowd needs to carry this team a little bit, especially late in the game. No matter how tight it is, no matter what the lead is, the crowd's got to carry this team a little bit more, and hopefully they can do it. Because I think Joel and Tyrese together, we're going to learn a lot more about this team as like the 2 stars, right? Because now you can make a case that Tyrese is moving up to a 1A situation here on this roster with Joel. Can they do this together as 2 stars, 1 and 1A, to carry this team? And I actually think that there's a good chance. Just no one can predict the knee in Joel. No one can.
Right. Now, last thing before we let you go, you do need a third person to step up. So I'm going to ask you, Kevin, not who you hope to step up, because I think we all hope that Tobias Harris would step up. Who do you expect to step up tonight? Who is that third player for the Sixers that has a couple of moments where you go, he's part of the reason why they won tonight?
And Nico, he's the guy who showed it to us so far, right? Like, who's not afraid. He's not afraid to miss. understands the moment. Like, I'm still leaning on Nico. So to me, I'm going with Batum the entire way here, that he's got to be the third guy hitting those threes. It would be nice. It really would be nice if we saw Buddy Hield.
Yes.
Like assert himself and hit some big shots. And that you know where that comes from, John and Andrew? That comes in the first half where there's no pressure. If you could hit a couple threes, it just creates a little bit more space.
He just has to take. He has to take them.
He
He has to take them. That's
That's
been the issue. He has to take them.
Confidence plays a huge role, no matter how good of a professional you are. And I think you can earn that confidence in that first half. So he's got to take it with less pressure early in the game. And if he sees that ball go through the hoop one or two times in the first two quarters, I think it changes how the offense can attack here in the second half.
All right, what's the schedule tonight for you, Kevin?
So I'm going to be on SportsCenter at 2 o'clock live. We're going to freeze our tail off. And then 6 o'clock, SportsCenter hosting, leading up to, of course, our coverage and all this stuff. College Game Day on ABC and ESPN at 8 o'clock. It was cool. Like, I did segments last night hosting on the main set. And in the background, I'll send you guys a picture. In the background, they coincidentally, I don't know, they had the Pickers in with the Eagles behind us the entire time.
Wow.
The entire hour I was on SportsCenter, the Eagles graphic was behind us. And, maybe we'll see some fireworks tonight from Howie and company.
Maybe a green blazer?
Yeah. No, I don't have that here. But I have it. I have it in my office.
I thought you were going to go pale blue. I said tonight I think he's going pale blue.
John, you nailed it. I've got a little light bluish.
I thought
blue
for
here.
the Lions, I was thinking Detroit, a little field.
Yeah,
that's good.
I didn't even think about that for the Lions.
I said pale blue. That's
I'm a
there you
big
go.
baby guy and
Nailed it.
blues. Blues work with me. But you know what, John? I'll bring out the green blazer when we're talking Super Bowl with our boys.
There we go.
Absolutely.
Good
Kev,
job, buddy.
listen, man, thank you
Thanks,
so much
man.
as always. Have fun tonight. I know you love what you do, so it puts a smile on my face knowing how excited you are for tonight. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks,
Go
man.
Birds. Take
See you,
care,
buddy.
guys.
Go Birds.
Later.
There's Kevin, Comcast Business Hotline from ESPN, a great, great football mind. And, of course, a Philadelphian, and he feels the pain that we feel when it comes
he
to the
does.
Sixers. All right, here's what I want to do. So yesterday we were joined by Adam Schefter, and he's tremendous as always. Absolutely love our conversations with Shefty. And I told you the story yesterday. My neighbor was asking me, like, what is he saying? It sounds like he says a lot, but he doesn't also say stuff at the same time. So you have to learn how to speak Schefter.
Yes.
All right, because he's not going to break news on our show, but he's going to give us maybe some hints
And he
about
did.
what might be to come. So we have 3 clips from Schefter yesterday that we want to run through. The first one is just telling us the history, John, of what the Eagles typically do on draft day.
I've never said I expect them to. I'm just saying their history has told us that they look to do that, and they will look to do that again, I expect. Whether they actually do it or not depends on who's on the board, who's available. And let's use 16 as an example. 16, I believe, is Seattle. 16 doesn't have a second-round pick. 16 second-round pick went for Leonard Williams, and therefore Seattle would love, I'm sure, to recoup a second-round draft pick. And some of the players I've heard connected to Seattle that they're considering likely would be there at 22 as well. So it makes all the sense in the world for Seattle to move back 22, for Philly to move up to 16 if the guy they want is still there, and move forward in that regard. Now, I really don't know who it is that Philadelphia would be eyeing at that spot that they would feel the need to move up 6 spots to go get, but that's been their history. And I would also say this. I think there's a great relationship between the Seahawks general manager, John Schneider, and the Eagles general manager, Howie Roseman. And so it would be very simple for those guys, if they haven't already, and I'll bet they have, to have had some sort of conversation, putting parameters in place. Hey, we'd love to come at 16. If we do, we'll give you this. You're interested? Yes. I'm interested too. Let's just see how this goes, and we'll follow up here during the draft. I mean, very simple call.
All right, do me a favor, Connor. Play the first 10 seconds of that clip again. Play the first 10 seconds. I'll tell you when to stop.
I've never said I expect them to. I'm just saying their history has told us that they look to do that, and they will look to do that again, I expect, whether they actually do it.
There it is.
I never said I expect them to do it,
but
their history tells them to, and I expect them to do it. So you do expect it, Shefty.
Yeah,
Be nice to Adam.
Okay, 2. He clearly believes they're not going for a corner.
Wait, we're gonna
You know what I mean?
we're gonna
Which
get
is
to
like
those
weird.
because we have 2 more clips that we'll get
Right.
to. But he says, I never said I expected them to, but I expect them to. So he expects them to. Seattle, right off the cuff, he knows Seattle, pick 16, right away knows Seattle doesn't have a second-round pick, knows why they don't have a second-round pick, knows that the Eagles have 2 second-round picks. You may think that it's overspending it.
It
for
is.
that,
It
but
is
Shefty is
overspending.
saying right away they have 2 second-round picks. Seattle needs a second-round pick. Talks about the relationship between Howie Roseman and the general manager of the Seattle Seahawks. That was all we asked was what could happen on draft day, and do you expect him to move up?
And he gets
Boom!
into, yeah.
He gives like a minute-long answer as to why he doesn't expect but does expect the Eagles to trade up. The next clip is about specifically trading up for a lineman on offense or defense.
When we say best player available, their history has shown that they're a lineman team, like offensive line, defensive line, pass rushers. Like, that's typically what they do. For them to go, I'm making this up, Brock Bowers in one, that just hasn't been their history. Not to say it couldn't be. Like, maybe that's the guy if he were there. I'd be surprised. But, they're pretty consistent. And I posted this thing on Twitter this morning about hit rates at each of the positions that the content producer Hembo came up with at ESPN. And the hit rates at offensive line are the highest at any position that there are in the league.
So he's just glowing over offensive line, the history of what the Eagles do. He brings up Bowers by himself and says, I'm just making this up. But then he also says, I'd be surprised if that were to happen. So you got to learn how to talk Shefty, right? He basically
Read
says,
between the lines.
I would be surprised, even though we didn't even ask him about Bowers. He brought up Bowers by himself and then said he would be mentioned corners. So we did get to the point where he asked specifically about corners, and take a listen to his answer.
Their history has not been to draft cornerbacks in the first round. That doesn't mean that they won't, but if we look at it, it just has not been something that they've done at all. Like, they haven't drafted a cornerback in the first round since 2002. Howie's never drafted a cornerback in round 1. He's never taken one higher than the 4th round in the past 5 years. So it could be, they certainly can use one, and he may say Quinyon Mitchell or Terrian Arnold or whoever it is there, and I'm going to go get that guy. That could be. But his history says line.
He just keeps on saying, line. So I'm still in the belief, from what Adam Schefter has to say, that it's offensive line. But then again, Jeff McClain, who we respect dearly, Quinyon Mitchell is his mock draft. Andrew DeCecco, he's, corner, but I think he leans more offensive lineman based off of our hour-long conversation with him today, but there's still the interest in cornerback. But Shefty's basically saying line, and that they're trading up.
And I figured out the math for a Seattle Eagles trade.
All right, according to the data and the history and everything.
And the draft board and everything.
I figured out. We'll get that next.
And I sign off on it.
All right, we'll get that next. What it would take, according to history, for the Eagles to climb up from 22 to 16. Also, I want us, the three of us, to get on the record next segment who the Eagles are drafting. Not who we want, who we think the Eagles are drafting tonight. What happens in the Sixers game tonight, win or lose, and how does it play out? Who has the big play? We're going to do the Get on the Record segment. And if you want to get on the record, you can call in or text in at 610-632-0975. Our official predictions for tonight in the NFL draft and the Sixers game. I also put together an SGP early this morning. I'll tell you what that is next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect.
Kincade and Salciunas. On this Thursday morning, we are going to get on the record this segment, who we think the Eagles will be drafting today in the first round, and if they trade up or if they stay at 22 or if they even trade back. So we're going to get on the record, and also about the Sixers game tonight. Do they win the game tonight? How do they win tonight? John thinks it's going to be a comfortable victory, so we'll get on the record for all that kind of stuff in the next couple of minutes. And I told you, I put together an SGP. I was up early, bright and early. Well, dark and early. And I was like,
Dark and early.
You know what? Let me fire up an SGP so that it's done and then I could use it for content purposes and later on a digital content piece. So make sure you check that out as well. By the way, Dylan McKinnon, kudos to him with the he brought in the Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid pouches. And Connor's drinking his right now.
I'm crushing this.
He's crushing it because we're all fired about Kool-Aid McKinstry. Dylan's behind John right now for our YouTube viewers. That's a good job, Dylan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm proud of you. All right, real quick, before we get on the record, want to let you know that you can head to 975thefanatic.com to enter for a chance to win $2,000 from Mom in the Mother's Day nationwide contest sponsored by Polites Florist. Make Mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Polites Florist. Now with 3 locations to serve you. Visit PolatesFlorist.com. Tomorrow, not only will we be reacting to Sixers, Knicks, and also the NFL Draft, we'll be giving away our final 4 winners of the Avelo Airlines contest that we've been running for over a month now. And right now, on the contest line, 215-263-0975, we'll go with caller number 5 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. You will win a $50 Manhattan Bagel gift card.
Manhattan Bagel.
They're awesome, man. I love Manhattan Bagel. $50 gift card up for grabs. Try the new French toast egg sandwich.
What?
A French toast gourmet bagel.
Oh, no.
Fresh cracked egg, sausage, bacon, cheddar, honey almond cream cheese, and a drizzle of syrup. Get 20% off your first online order at manhattanbagel.com. But we have a $50 gift card for you on the contest line, 215-263-0975.
And it's like the Texas toast, French toast.
No longer available. I am stealing the gift card.
All right, I got the math for you.
That sounds really good. Hold on. Wait, one more time.
See, I can't do the French toast.
Oh, I can.
Not with an egg and all that, but it sounds delicious.
French toast gourmet bagel with a fresh cracked egg, sausage, bacon, cheddar, and honey almond cream cheese.
You're
and
all
a
set?
drizzle of syrup.
We got to move on. My mouth's going to start watering.
All right, so John, before we get on the record, you have what it would cost based off of
good
history.
math. No, this is based on NFL history of draft picks.
Right, what it would cost to get up from 22 to 16, which is the pick that a lot of people are pointing toward.
I think it serves Seattle well. I think it serves the Eagles well. The Eagles get pick 16. Seattle gets pick 22.
Mm-hmm.
To do that, the Eagles give up 53.
Okay.
The second of their second round picks. And Seattle gives the Eagles 81.
Third round pick.
Their third round pick.
So now you're back in the third round.
So you're back in the third round. You've given up one of the second round picks. It is 28 spots. Okay? You're giving up 28 spots in the draft to go back, get that third round pick, to move up 6.
So you're doing that.
I am absolutely doing that.
Good.
I'd be willing to do that. So if you're telling me that, because then I'm in the third round, I'm fine with it. I'll move back 28 to move up 6 if the guy is there that they want.
And you get the same number of bodies that you want to add to the team.
There it is.
Everyone's happy.
In 2 nights. So I'm fine with it.
But you did say you wanted 3 in the top 53, but you will take this.
No,
I
want 3 in the first 2 nights.
Okay.
First 2 nights. So I'm fine with that. Go take 81 off them. Give them 53, and the 28 points of value that they moved is slightly better in Seattle's favor.
Okay.
Too. So it says like Seattle feels like they're getting a win. but you're getting a guy you want.
All right, sign me up. All right, here's what we're
There
going
you
to do.
go.
Let's get on the record now. Let's start with the NFL draft. What you think the Eagles do tonight? I am going to stand by it. I think they're drafting offensive linemen tonight. I think it would be not a Howie Roseman move to draft a pure offensive tackle that can only play offensive tackle, which is why I don't believe Amarius Mims is a guy that they would go after. Even though Andrew Tacheko joined us earlier today for the 8 o'clock hour, he said he could be a project, which now would be the time to do a project because Lane Johnson is still here. But why would I draft a guy when I don't know how many years left of Lane Johnson we have? We just did this with the Jason Kelsey thing, right? Where every year it was, could this be the year he retires? Could this be the year he retires? I want to draft an offensive lineman, or if the Eagles draft an offensive lineman, because I want a cornerback, to draft an offensive lineman that could also start at right guard until Lane Johnson is gone. So even though I'm trying to get one name for you, I'll tell you it's either a trade up for Latham or I will stand by what I've been saying for over a month now, Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, because Lane Johnson has already kind of worked with him. And I think the Eagles have the same respect they have with Lane Johnson as they did with Jason Kelsey, where Kelsey handpicked Cam Jurgens.
You are born on the 19th, as is my daughter. You share a birthday. The Eagles will pick at 19.
Okay.
Because my man Les Snead loves to move around, much like Howie does.
Much like Howie, yeah.
Much likes to acquire little extra draft capital. Eagles move from 22 to 19. Arnold is the pick. Arnold, the cornerback, will be the pick, and if it's not, it will be Guyton.
Okay. So we got two Guytons. Even though Guyton was not mentioned on a single one of these 31 mock drafts we had.
Like my 1A, but not to waffle. But just because they haven't drafted a corner doesn't mean that they won't.
Right. Now, Connor Thomas, I know what you want.
Yes.
But what will the Eagles do tonight? Get on the record.
I'd be a coward if I didn't stick to my guns at this point.
No. That's what you want. What will they do?
I think it's realistic. And I do think they move up. And I do believe they're going to go corner. I know what people are saying about the line and the history and everything. I think Lane's got years left. And I think you have another year you can do that and approach that situation. So I think they trade up for corner. I think it could be Quinyon Mitchell's probably the most likely if they move up. But I'm going to tell you it's Kool-Aid just because Kool-Aid's my guy.
Okay. Kool-Aid's not going 22, though, is he?
He could fall. By some people.
No,
I don't think.
I'm saying they trade up.
I think he'll be on the board at 22.
So could
Kool-Aid.
they trade back and get Kool-Aid?
I think Kool-Aid will be on the board at 22. I don't think you can do another. Here is we're drafting. Howie's already been burned. We're drafting another corner with injury history. Can't do it.
Okay.
I don't think you can do that, but I understand Connor's love of Kool-Aid. As Dylan McKinnon, too.
He just crushed one during the break. All right, Sixers tonight. I believe the Sixers win. I think Embiid and Maxey still have their two stellar games. I think things just end up going their way. I think they stick to the plan. I think Brunson might do a little bit more offensively tonight, but I think they stick to their plan. I don't think Josh Hart is hitting 75 threes tonight. I don't think Dante DiVincenzo is hitting 75 threes tonight. So I think they kind of stick with what they've been doing. Now, I don't know who that third guy will be. I know Kevin Nagandi said Nico Batum. I almost think maybe Kelly Oubre does something tonight a little bit more offensively, but I think Sixers win. It's Embiid and Maxey's show, and things just end up going their way at the end where they haven't the last two nights.
You're not giving a score, though.
No, I don't. I think it's going to be close. You think it's going to be comfortable. I don't have a score for you. I think it's going to be close.
I slid the alternate line to 7.5.
Yeah, I think you're crazy.
Wasn't ballsy enough to go much further than that. So 7.5 is that. Sixers are going to win this game by a minimum of 8, but I'm going to tell you 108-100. I do not think it will be that close.
Okay.
I think it is going to be a cosmetically close final score that the Sixers will be comfortably in hand with the Knicks making runs.
All right. Connor, on the record for tonight's Sixers game.
I don't think you can play a comfortable game against the New York Knicks.
Neither do I.
I just don't think they allow you to by their style. That being said, I do think the Sixers win tonight. Unfortunately, because I wish it wasn't the case, I think it's going to be a parade to the free throw line. There's too much talk about it. There's too much home court advantage. It's a tough environment here to play in and to referee in, and I think that's going to be a situation where the Sixers are the better team, but they're also the advantaged team because of what happened in Game 2.
Okay. Now I did an SGP this morning.
Ooh, okay.
You know, I said I got up at 3:30 today. I was just
Let him cook.
I was up.
What's that about?
I was just up.
Okay.
I don't sleep. I was just up. All right. $10 wins you $240. You know the old saying, which one's the one that ruins it?
Okay.
All right. I did also add some Knicks props in here too. I have both Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson to hit 2+ threes.
No problem with that.
5 for Hart, 2. I have Maxey 3+ threes. I have Tobias Harris 6 rebounds, not points. I can't do points with Tobias Harris.
Love
all right.
that.
Josh Hart 10+ rebounds. He had 15 last game, and I don't think Embiid's going to all of a sudden start magically out rebounding athletic players. All right. Brunson 6+ assists. Maxey 6+ assists. Maxey 25+ points. Sixers money line. What ruins it?
This is going to be perfect.
Tobias.
Tobias is going to score 35 and have 5 boards.
No.
That's not happening.
How many was the assist on Maxey?
6.
I think that's
both he
fine.
and Brunson with 6.
Honestly, I'm worried about Hart.
The 10 rebounds?
The 2 threes.
You think he cools off?
I think he really does.
I'm not worried about that.
I think he's going to have so many open looks still.
I
Because
think I'm worried about the Maxey.
Brunson. Maxey assists?
Yes.
All right.
That's what I would concern myself.
I'm going
with.
to, in case somebody's going, wait, Andrew, can you tweet this out? Digital content, baby.
Yeah, go read about it later.
I'll be putting that up on 975thefanatic.com before you know it. All right, coming your way next, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the crossover with Bob Cooney, and also your worst draft day take or worst draft day reaction. I have one about an undrafted free agent that might be my worst one. Even worse than not liking the Hurts pick. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
Perfect.
Our crossover with the great Bob Cooney coming up momentarily. And with Bob, we'll go through some of our worst draft day takes because John and I dug up some old tweets of our own. It's good to make fun of yourself sometimes.
I think Brendan's got mine.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I think he has it.
All right, but it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Today's the day where I want you to tell John and Connor and I exactly what you want this to do tonight and exactly what you don't want during the NFL draft today. So let's start with that, boys. I want an impact corner, okay? That is exactly what I want tonight. I want an impact corner in the first round because I don't feel comfortable going into a year with James Bradbury. Jeff McClain has told us numerous times now he doesn't think Bradbury is even going to be on the team. Well, if that's the case, I don't feel comfortable with Rodgers on the outside or Vontae Maddox or Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I want an impact corner drafted or traded for at some point tonight via the Eagles.
I'm going to give you one that I do not.
Okay.
I do not want two players the first two nights of the draft. I want three. So whatever maneuvering Howie has to do, I want three bodies.
Okay.
And I'm totally fine if the first one is on offense. I will sleep well tonight if they decide to go with one of the top offensive linemen in the draft. But what do I want? I fall in line with you, Tunis. I absolutely would love to see an impact player in the secondary.
You said we will find out a lot tonight about the Sixers team, what they have in them.
It's going to be like a DNA test.
Not just talent. We know that Joel Embiid is the best player, between both teams. We know that Tyrese Maxey is in the top 3. The Sixers team is very, very talented. But the question is whether or not they have it. They're down 2-0. They can come out tonight and make it 2-1, and we feel great, or they can go into their shells. And then they go down 3-0. Do they have it? And I think you believe they win tonight, but I don't think you believe that they have the it factor.
I think you figured it out. Yes, I'll take you behind the curtain. I think both questions are different, but what we're going to see tonight is, do they have the fight to punch back? I believe they're going to punch back in a big way, and it is going to be a fun night down at the Wells Fargo Center.
A great draft, man, from inside the Birds. Andrew,
what I would like to see the Eagles do from a roster building standpoint is add a versatile offensive lineman that can contribute as a guard initially and then be the heir apparent. So whenever he decides to call it
I'll give you one that I don't want.
Who's that?
So you mentioned you'd be okay if they drafted offensive line tonight.
I absolutely would sleep well tonight.
I would too, unless you're drafting a tackle only. If you're going to draft an offensive lineman that's going to be the future replacement of Lane Johnson, which I love that the Eagles have had the wherewithal to do this a couple of times with Jason Kelce, but I don't want another situation where Cam Jurgens gets drafted in the second round, which is a high pick, and not play his entire rookie season. I don't want the Eagles to draft a potential replacement of Lane Johnson that won't play. Right guard is still a position of need for this team.
That sounds a little like you feel that, first of all, Lane Johnson, and it came from our Jeff McClain conversation. I was amazed when Jeff said, yeah, maybe he has 2 great years left in him.
Right.
Jeff McClain sort of led us to believe yesterday that potentially Lane Johnson wants to play 3-4 more.
He could, as long if his ankle doesn't turn to mush.
So that would take you away from that strategy plan. I personally still want to have that plan.
No, but I would,
because he's the guy we always talk about. If Lane Johnson goes down, it's the one player that Eagles fans say we're screwed. So I want a backup plan there, and I'm perfectly fine with it coming in the first round tonight.
From ESPN, Kevin Agandi.
Thing that's great for this Eagles team, when you look at their roster needs, they want to fill, obviously, offensive line tackle to make sure they have something as a backup down the road, like they've done in the track record the last couple of years with Dickerson and Jurgens, and making sure you have depth and you continue to build, and then you can slide a guy in right when we get older.
Say his name.
I have no doubt.
Say his name.
I'm not going to, and you know why?
Say his name, please.
Because we already know the answer to the question. The great Maya Angelou gave you the biggest blueprint in life that everybody should have. When someone shows you their true colors, believe them. We already know Tobias Harris.
Screw you, Maya. I'm going to keep on saying Tobias Harris needs a freaking step up.
I am 2 years past wishing and hoping and thinking that Tobias Harris is going to be something that he isn't.
All right, it is time now for our lovely crossover with the man that's leaving the room. Oh, no, he's just going to the
No, he's taking no chair. It's his
Hi,
best
Bobby.
side.
Good morning.
Morning, boys. How are we today?
We're wonderful. We're excited. It's a big day. Nervous energy, but it's a big day.
Yeah.
Sixers Knicks game 3 and the draft tonight as well. So we're fired up for that. I want to have some fun during this crossover before we find out what's coming up on the show today. Do you have an all-time bad draft day take? I will let you think about it for a second. Mine were all Jalen Hurts. Like, I hated everything about the Jalen Hurts pick.
No.
I didn't like the player. I didn't like the selection.
See, that's the part that surprises me.
Brandon Graham was the first one that I went like, are you kidding me?
You're anti-Brandon Graham.
Yeah.
There were players that I was really, really upset that they didn't get Clinton Dix. And I mean,
I liked him too.
He was okay.
No, I liked him
for a couple years in the NFL. But I'll give you one that wasn't even a draft pick. Undrafted free agent. I got too excited for it. And I have the tweet from April 25th, 2020. Oh, 4 years ago today.
There you go.
It's always bad when you lead off by saying, trust me when I say this.
Oh, no. Arrogant.
I'm thinking
so
of
arrogant.
A 4 year ago, Andrew was a D, apparently.
Yeah.
Trust me when I say this. Adrian Killins, running back out of Central Florida. The Eagles signed him undrafted.
You were pumped.
Adrian Killins was someone I actually hoped they would draft in the 7th round. As a Temple guy, I saw a lot of UCF games. He is small, but he can absolutely fly. Very interested to see what happens with him. You know what happened with him?
Didn't even make it.
No. 1 carry, minus 12 yards in his career.
I got a worse one. Jalen Reagor is unquestionably more versatile, thus making him a better fit. I'd rather have not taken him at 21, but don't say that you know that they should have moved back.
I did not want Jalen Reagor. I did not want Jalen Reagor.
That's a bad one.
So Brandon Graham was yours?
Brandon Graham was mine, yeah, because I just remember sitting there, are you kidding me? You don't even know if he's a linebacker or D end.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't
So you don't like that either, when a guy doesn't have a definite position.
No, I want a big fatty tonight. I want one of those guys.
Andrew probably having one.
Yeah, I want.
Well, after the Sixers game, I might need to calm down tonight.
Give me a big fatty, and I'll be good to go.
Connor, do you have an all-time bad draft day take?
There might have been a hole in a wall of an apartment that I previously rented following the Jalen Hurts pick. It wasn't specifically the Jalen Hurts thing. It was sitting next to my brother, who's a Vikings fan, watching them take Reagor right before Jefferson.
Oh, my God.
And then the Hurts thing coming after was just, what the hell is Howie Roseman doing? That ended up hitting the wall. So it wasn't specifically that, but not my best.
Cardboard box put a hole in the wall?
Yeah, it was a flimsy apartment. The basement flooded. That place is hard.
I think you could say it was a hard cardboard box.
That was a strong kick.
True.
All right, Bobby, what do you got coming up on the show today?
Amy Fadul's with us for all 4 hours
Excellent.
today, so that's awesome. Ala Abdel-Nabi will join us at noon. I'm going to say, what the hell were you thinking in making the Sixers lose that game the other night? Because it was all his fault. Saying with 45 seconds to go, oh, they got what they wanted. We're out of here 1-1.
And they said it was going to be a fun post-game show.
Yeah. I'm not going to bust someone about that. But a lot of confidence. Where do you guys hear this? I talked to like 11 NBA people yesterday. Almost all of them have the Sixers tying the series.
I didn't get a phone call
Alternate
from you.
line 7.5. I took it.
Yeah,
I moved the line to 7.5. Took over.
It's
I'll lay
strange.
it.
Bobby, we'll
All
be
right, boys,
listening, man.
Good job, Bobby. Join our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer and Sons, and please make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today. Please do it. 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because I'm living proof cancer research saves lives.
Everybody have a great, great night. Join us 5 to 7 at PJ Willahan's in Wynwood. We'll be doing a happy
We're
hour.
pre-gaming.
We'll pregame before the Sixers game tonight that you'll be able to hear on the station. Tomorrow we will react to the Sixers game and what the Eagles do in night 1, round 1 of the NFL draft. Bob Cooney coming your way next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. 97.5 The Fanatic.